And welcome, everybody, to day 2 of the Spirit Drive 2025. This is Deacon Jeff along with Kim Schrader here in the Holy Family Radio studios. It is really good to be back here for day 2 of asking you to help support us in this mission that is Holy Family Radio. I'll give out the number right away today in case you might be ready to get that and make your call at 888-287-0655. That is 888-287-0655. Holy Family Radio has been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years now. I can't believe that number. It's actually gone from 1 to 2 to 3. You know, when you're down in those low numbers, you never think, 10 seems so far away, and now we've reached 15. And it's just so amazing because it's because of you. You, our dear listeners who are out there driving probably right now on your way to work, probably want to listen to the Sunrise Morning Show, but we need to interrupt our programming in order to ask you to help support us in this mission. Remember, our scripture verse for this particular Spirit Drive that we've been reflecting on and meditating on is Romans 12:12, where it's rejoice in hope, endure in affliction, and persevere in prayer. That is certainly good advice for us as we go through this Jubilee year of hope in the Catholic Church, and we should rejoice in the hope that is found in Jesus Christ and in His Church. So, our drive, 3 days. Today is day 2. Yesterday was a great day. Great day for us. That's all I can say is thank you. Thank you so much to everybody who called, who stopped by, who went to their mobile device and got to our donation form and made their donation. Altogether, our goal is $60,000 for this drive. Our previous best for a drive was just over $50,000. So, asking for $60,000 at this time is kind of a stretch. But we believe that we can do that. We can reach that goal if God wills it, and if you're willing to partner with us. And day 1, we reached $34,510. Which is almost 58% of our goal. An incredible first day. Altogether, 83 donations, and we had a couple come through last night even, including a new recurring donor. So go ahead and ring that bell, Kim, for me, would you? Let's ring it. Love to hear the bell ring, because that means there's new listeners, there are new people that are joining in this mission, and you can do that too at 888-287-0655. That new donor, that new recurring donor, is going to receive a copy of our book that we're giving away at this Spirit Drive. If you're watching us on the live stream, you can see the book right there in front of us. It is The Early Church Was the Catholic Church from Joe Heschmeyer of Catholic Answers. And ironically, after our drive we went off the air at 6 o'clock and Catholic Answers came on. Guess who was the guest apologist?
Joe was. I heard him on my drive home.
Yeah, and what book were they talking about?
I think I heard a mention of the early church was the Catholic Church, and that was sort of the theme of that. They do it by hour, so the theme of that hour.
Yep. So I thought that was kind of coincidental, but very providential, perhaps. Mm-hmm. And so that was kind of cool. So day 2 now begins. We can maybe wipe the slate clean from day 1. We start over on day 2. We need to climb ever closer to our goal of $60,000, and you can do that by partnering with us at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. You can go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm. If you have our social media channels that you're able to go to with Facebook or Instagram, you can also go there and find our donation form by clicking any of the links that are associated with the posts that have been going on. Yesterday, with all the joy and excitement that we left with yesterday, which included, by the way, our adoration that was happening yesterday.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful to have Jesus here with us, to see him brought in, and to see the folks that went out of their way to come pray with us and for us. Mm-hmm. It's one of those things now that it feels like, why weren't we doing this for 15 years? It has been already such a blessing. Yeah. And, I can't imagine that we won't do it going forward, because it's been fantastic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the trailer from the old studio, absolutely not possible.
That's true.
But once we came over here to Glandorf, what a great campus, what a great place to be for our home, and to have that possibility right across the hall from the studio, next to the Catholic preschool that's here, is pretty amazing. So, but like I said, with all the joy and the excitement, there comes the reality of the world. Mm-hmm. Sometimes with the tragic news yesterday, and we would be remiss to not sort of mention and talk about that a little bit with the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday afternoon. I was sitting here and I got a text from my daughter saying, "Where's Mom? She's not answering her phone." And I was like, "I don't know. She's probably at work. I'm busy live on the radio." And so then we talked some more, and then I looked down and I saw the news. I was like, "Whoa, okay, that is pretty interesting." So I think we should talk about that a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, we're filled with joy, and our theme here for this spirit drive is rejoice. Well, the spiritual scriptures quote is rejoice in hope, endure in affliction, persevere in prayer. But I was really struck yesterday with the fact that our slogan of broadcasting hope and sharing faith felt so incredibly serendipitous and providential as well, because I can only speak for myself, but when we get news like that, there's always that brief passing sense of despair or sort of profound sadness about the world that we live in, and questioning even of how do I process this? Lord, help me process this. How do I help my children through this? Mm-hmm. Who, we only have one left at home, but was clearly talking about this with us in a way, and with greater detail and greater sharing of his heart than a lot of the other episodes of violence that we've had in this country. So it brought it very to the forefront, and it just strikes me that it's in moments like this that we so need Catholic radio. We so need help in processing tragedies like this that defy our personal understanding. Mm-hmm. Really, right. As my son was saying, he's I just don't even understand wanting to hurt somebody like that, mm-hmm. wanting, having, even thinking of that. Mm-hmm. And thank you, God, that he doesn't, but the same for me, the same for my husband, the same, I'm sure, for hopefully all of us, but, 99.9% have no understanding what that is like. And I just feel incredibly grateful that we have Catholic radio, that I can, tune into the Sunrise Morning Show on my drive in this morning, mm-hmm. and hear that, of course, it's the anniversary of September 11th, another horrific tragedy. But, they had a Catholic counselor on there who was talking through, walking with people through those sorts of experiences. So I just personally feel so incredibly grateful for Catholic radio, and for our faith, but for Catholic radio being so available, so instantly at hand, when we need to cope with these sort of things. I don't know. What's sort of your reaction this morning after such news?
Yeah, my thoughts are very similar, in the sense that of all people, someone who is a joyful person who really just would talk and debate people, and is very sure in his mind, his intellect, about the truth, and defending free speech and utilizing it as great as he possibly could. I mean, that's what Catholic radio is doing. We're exercising our free speech rights to broadcast the fullness of the truth, which is found in the Catholic Church and the faith. And so my first thought is this is a battle that is not just flesh and blood. This is a battle with the powers and principalities and all that. This is more of a spiritual warfare that kind of gets. It's hard to explain, but I just take comfort in the fact that this is a battle that's been going on from the very beginning of man, and that as graphic and as as hard as as hard as it is to fathom this entire thing, we know who has the victory.
Yeah.
We know who has the victory. And I thought that what's important with Catholic Radio is the fact that, number one, we're here, that we have a voice, and that this voice can only continue through the support of our business underwriters and all the listeners out there right now. And I kept thinking, okay, for us being bold, proclaiming the truth with clarity and charity, could we potentially be targets? Now, that's kind of going a little bit far, but still.
We're not trying to give anyone any ideas.
No, absolutely not. But I'm just saying that I'm sure there are people that would prefer that Catholic Radio not be here.
Oh, I'm sure.
There are people that would not want us to be here, and so, and from that perspective, well, I don't care. I mean, this is our mission. This is what we're called to do, and we're going to do it. Mm-hmm. We're going to do it for as long as we possibly can, and because it's that important. And so, that can only happen though if you partner with us and give us a call at 888-287-0655. I'll get that number out one more time: 888-287-0655. So, producer Chris over there, you got any thoughts about all this? Because this is, you're a bit of the younger generation than us, and wonder what your perspectives might be.
Yeah, I actually tend, and I don't know if this is my generation or not, but I tend to not even focus on the news. And I don't know if that's a good balance or not, because maybe virtue lies in the middle. And so if I tend to not see where the world is at, then I don't know where to pray to. So sometimes, like for me, I have to work a little harder to go find the news. And so yesterday when we got that news, that's how I found it through. Through me mentioning it. Yeah, through you mentioning it. And that's actually how I tend to hear the news, is from close people around me. So, yeah, I think trying to I think the biggest thing when something like this happens, just like 9/11 and the shooting at that school, is prayer. I think prayer changes hearts and moves people. Because if you can pray, if one person prays, that can be a static effect that will reach many more people. It's a cause and effect. And so if one person is praying, that changes their heart, which means that they love more. And if they're loving their neighbor more, that means that neighbor will then. So it's like a wave effect. And so I encourage everyone to pray the rosary, especially in these times. I think that can be a very powerful way to change this world that we live in. That, like you said, there is suffering. There are powers and principalities there's forces that are trying to take the light out. And so I would say that's the answer is prayer.
Yeah, I agree. And the prayer is important, and it is powerful. We had our deacon convocation this past summer, and Deacon Dan Brer, our first guest yesterday, mentioned that. And we had a bishop from St. Augustine, Florida. Augustine. They call it Augustine instead of Augustine. I like to.
You like to go follow the name of the saint.
Yeah, I do. And he was talking about that our culture does not see the spiritual realm and prayer as real. They don't think it's real. It's not a real thing, but we know better. We know better that the spiritual realm is real. Prayer is real and has real effect. And if we forget that, we need to be reminded of that. Mm-hmm. And so that we can show our brothers and sisters that there is something greater, and that in the midst of evil, there is still good. Good is brought. We have yet to see what that good might be. And we hope that it will be all work all towards for his good, for his will and all that. So, yeah, it's an interesting day today. You mentioned 9/11 and then this, lots of reaction. My media feeds, that is all that I saw.
Yeah. I tried to avoid social media to a certain extent because I did not want to run across that with big quotes around that video of what happened yesterday. But I was on there briefly, and I don't know if you saw it, but apparently a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, but relatively recently, Charlie Kirk was asked what he wants to be remembered for.
Okay.
And he asked, "You mean if I die?" And the questioner said, "Yes. What do you want to be remembered for?" And he said, "For courage and faith."
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's also perfect for what we're doing here. We are an apostolate of faith, proclaiming the truth with love and charity and clarity. Not to try to equate ourselves to Charlie. I'm not trying to make that analogy, but I'm just saying I thought that was a beautiful testament to what was important to him, to how he wants to be remembered, and of the importance of faith. And our world wants to squelch it and minimize it and roll its eyes at it and direct hate toward it. But Christ will endure. The church will prevail. Christ will prevail. We know the answer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sunrise Morning Show, a little bit before I arrived here, had mentioned that, and I saw this on social media too, that Bishop Barron had invited Charlie to be on his program. And
I saw that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was going to be there in 10 days and to actually, record or film that. And it's what I've always find very impressive with people that are obviously, I think I'm busy, but some of these other folks take it to a much higher level, and how they're able to appear here and appear there and be everywhere. There are a number of personalities that are like that. You're like, well, do they find time to rest? How do they do all of this? And so
I saw that post from Bishop Barron.
You did, yeah, I did too.
Yeah, where he spoke about having had breakfast with Charlie recently, and how impressed he was with him, and how their discussion was about theology, and how he was scheduled to come up to Minnesota to be on the Bishop's podcast.
Yeah. So either way.
Well, we take a part of what we were saying. I said I was trying to avoid social media, but on the other hand, I think I was looking for those sorts of things. I was searching a little bit for those words of comfort from the Bishop Barrons of the world, and looking again to our faith. And so, the tragedy, but the joy of the age in which we live is that a horrible incident like that is captured on film for untold number of impressionable people to see, unfortunately. But we can also turn to those very same resources, social media, the news, radio, for comfort, for prayer, for guidance in how to navigate through these difficult times. So I'm incredibly grateful for that on a morning like today.
Yeah, absolutely. If we were not interrupting your programming today, I know what the current live programs would be talking about today, and provide some hope and all that. I know that this morning we've got a guest at 9 a.m. Deacon Gene Huntingford is coming. He serves in Delphus at St. John the Evangelist Church there in Delphus. He's coming in at 9, and otherwise I might prefer to have Teresa Tomio's show on at 9 with Catholic Connection, because she has connections to a lot of people that could be very helpful in digesting what just happened.
Yeah.
And from a Catholic perspective, that's kind of the whole thing with Catholic radio, is to offer you a Catholic perspective on responding and coping and moving from, things like this. What do we do? How are we supposed to take this and handle this? Well, we know it's prayer. We know it's forgiveness. It's all of those things, but yet we still have anger. We still have the sense of maybe despair and hopelessness in a way, right? It's like, can't we have anything good?
Yeah.
Well,
as I told you last, I don't watch the news very often, but last night I watched the news. I'm sure because of this story, and it went from this story to the story that would have been the headline that day. Mm-hmm. They had been preparing to be the headline that day, another school shooting, and then talk about September 11th, a horrible tragedy. Talk about war. It's just we're bombarded with it. Talk about the subway murder of the woman, also captured on video. Mm-hmm. Just one thing, a couple in New York that was murdered, an elderly couple. It's just like literally every story on the news. it's in this environment where we're inundated with that. Where for a person like me, for example, I turn on the evening news occasionally, but certainly not always. And this is what you're bombarded with. And I just, at the end of that, mere half hour of news, just felt that emotional, I don't want to say anxiety, because I feel very blessed. I don't suffer from anxiety, but all I kept thinking is this what emotional dysregulation feels like? And I don't even know what that word necessarily means, but it's all I kept thinking is that I just felt very, very off, very in need of comfort. We were exhausted after 11 hours of radio last night. I had to go out for a walk. Just to reset, just to talk to God in peace. Yeah. So I don't know. I keep saying the same thing, but I'm just incredibly grateful for our faith and for Catholic Radio being available to help us. And as you said, Deacon Jeff, if we weren't interrupting your programming today and talking about this, your regular programming would be talking about these things today. And that's part of why we feel so passionate about Catholic Radio.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the programming here on Holy Family Radio, we're an EWTN Catholic Radio affiliate, and so therefore they provide the majority of the programming. You also hear programs from Ave Maria Radio up in Michigan, like Catholic Connection, and a few other programs are originated from there. So
Bishop's Corner, you air?
The Bishop's Corner, yeah, we air. In fact, we might air that a little bit. His latest show, his show premieres every Thursday. So we have a show for today. We'll probably play that here this morning sometime as we take a break. We, this year we're not doing as many guests so that we can talk to you about partnering with us in this mission, because we do have a great need. We do have a very great need here at Holy Family Radio with bringing Fostoria on the air at the beginning of this year in January. I mean, that was a $35,000 outlay. We collected $34,000 yesterday. So in a sense, we've just recouped that project expense, but we had to get a new transmitter for WJTA. It sounds so much better. The volume is so much greater. Believe me, many of you who are listening, I'm sure you had the same complaints that I have had, which is, why is it so much lower than everybody else's? And it doesn't seem like it's coming in as well. I'm getting static on 94.9 where I didn't used to. It's not coming in so well. Believe me, I know all those things. And I've got an engineer that I work with who's not always available. He's available when we have an off-air emergency, but some of these other things, it's a little bit more difficult to get his attention. And we are working on these things. The thing that is happening with 94.9 right now, in case you're interested, I guess our transmitter has two amplifiers. It's a two-stage amplifier sort of system, and one of those has failed. So the signal is not as strong as it normally has been. And that was just discovered. And I think that's been a problem for a long time, to be quite honest. But it was just discovered. So we're working on that. And in time, we'll have that resolved as well. And so, we're always looking to improve. We always look to keep our equipment in good shape and some of the latest stuff, but within reason, because we could buy a $40,000 transmitter, and things would be fantastic, but that's $40,000. I'm always amazed, you can, with most things you can buy, right? You can buy, and I see the videos about this all the time. For example, softball bats. Here's the $25 bat, and they hit balls with it. And then they get a $100 bat, and you can get a $500 bat. You can even probably get a $1,000 bat. And they look at that. So what is the return, the utility of spending that additional money, right? So that's what we're always doing. We're looking to say, okay, we could do this, but what's the marginal improvement that we're going to get between those two things?
Where's the delta, huh?
Exactly. So we're always looking to be good and prudent stewards of your money. I don't treat this as our money, Holy Family Radio's money, because it didn't come from us. It came from you. And so if you could, would you please consider prayerfully supporting this mission here at Holy Family Radio? 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Broadcasting hope, sharing faith. That's what Catholic Radio is all about. Once again, you can go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm. Right there at the very top is an image. Got a button to donate here. You can also go to any of our social media channels. Hello to those who are watching us here on Facebook or Instagram, YouTube, or X. We're on all those platforms because that's where the people are. That's where the younger folks are. That's how they find their news. They don't watch the news programs, the traditional stuff that we grew up with our parents watching. That just doesn't really happen anymore. Like Chris said, he gets his news through other people or through other channels. And so, so I caught him off guard with that comment. So anyhow, so it's, we just have to be where everybody else is. So hello to all of you who are watching. We'll be posting videos of our interview segments as we go through. Maybe we'll get a blooper or two of Kim spilling her water yesterday and those sorts of things. That was fun.
That was fun. Yeah. All over the desk, all over my papers.
I actually caught that on video.
Did you?
Yeah,
Excellent.
like on my phone. So if you want me to post that on social media, I can.
I would just be thrilled.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now remember that every new donor, for any donation amount, you can call in as a new donor and donate $5. You'll receive a free copy of the book, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church by Joe Heschmeyer. You can pick that up in our studio here during the Spirit Drive or after the drive. You can arrange a pickup time if you're, somewhat local and you want to come visit the studio. But if you don't, the copies of the book will be given to the your home parish, and so that then you can pick it up there. So that's easiest for us to do because it costs more than the costs of the book for us to send it in the mail. So we thought that's a good way to kind of get it distributed to everybody, to everywhere. So, but don't worry if you're outside of our listening area. We'll send you a copy. That's not bad. That's okay. In celebration of our 15th anniversary, though, current donors, if you increase your recurring donation by at least $15 a month, which is $180 in total, or you start a new one, you start a new recurring donation of at least $15 a month, you'll also receive a copy of the book. And so the delivery options, though, for that are the same. We'll get that book to you one way or the other. So we haven't heard the phone ring yet.
No, 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Give us a call. We love to talk to you. We love to take the donations via phone. It's an opportunity to hear what you enjoy about Catholic radio, how it can better serve you, any suggestions you have. It's really a great opportunity to have that interaction between us and the listeners and learning about how we best serve you for your Catholic radio needs. But if that doesn't fit your needs, by all means, go to holyfamilyradio.fm. You can complete the donation form right there. It's easy. It doesn't take very long. And you can also access that form through either one of our apps, the Holy Family Radio app and the iCatholic Music app. Both of those have a donate button down on the lower right-hand side. Tap on that. It'll take you right to it. Of course, you can also, we talk about stopping into the studio. Mm-hmm. We don't mention that often enough as a means of donation as well. Right. You can stop in, see what the studios look like, step over to Adoration for a while, which will begin at noon again today and again tomorrow. And just make your donation, talk with the volunteers, and they'll take down your donation information there as well. So that's the most personal of all ways to donate and interact with us, and we welcome that. It's open house season here at the studio, so we welcome you coming by. 888-287-0655.
Yeah, I've never seen so many people coming in through our doors as we had yesterday. Looking through the window of the studio, I can look over there and see Brenda there at the desk, who's recording all the donations and answering phones right now. And I spent a lot of years alone in a studio, especially out in the trailer that we had, where I'm the only person for weeks or months that ever goes out there. And same little bit with that here, but Brenda's here a couple days a week now, so that makes it a little different. But I always enjoyed Spirit Drive times because, while I'm still in the studio and I can't really talk to so many people that are coming, I remember looking out the window of the studio and seeing all the cars lined up in the parking lot. And that was just always so energizing for me to see so many people that really care about what happens with Holy Family Radio. And so that
one
was
night,
fun.
yeah. One nice change about here is that the trailer studio had 2 doors of entrance, and there was likewise a window between the studio and the green room. So if people came in through the green room, we could see them and get that, sort of joy of seeing the traffic and whatnot. But people could enter through the office. There was a door to the office, and unless the door to the office was open, you didn't necessarily see that traffic. You might, sometimes you can hear a door open, but you don't know what's going on. Is that somebody in the office stepping out? Or whatnot. So that's a tiny little change that's nice for us, that this is the only way in. There's one door.
Right.
And so we see everybody coming in, even if they aren't coming to the green room to join us.
Right.
Here in the studio, that maybe they're passing through for adoration or coming in to drop off a donation or just out of curiosity to see the studio.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but, we couldn't be in these studios without listener support.
That's right.
We would still be in that trailer, and we would be grateful for it. But it's listener support over the years that allowed this ministry to, carefully spend its resources in a way that brought it to a better quality studio. I always like to joke, one that has a bathroom too, which is,
boy.
just...
Oh boy!
It's the little things in life that when you don't have it, you appreciate all the more. So
yes, absolutely.
Little tiny kitchenette, if you want to call it, a sink and a mini fridge and microwave and all that. So that's we're very blessed, and we wouldn't have those things without you listeners. So thank you again for your generous support. Will you partner with us going forward for another year, 2 years, 15? We've been on the air 15 years. We're excited to be celebrating that. Give us a call, 888-287-0655.
I tell you what, we talked to Gary Zimak yesterday, and he talked about being either impressed by us or whatever, which I'm like thinking, are you kidding me? Do you know who we are? But I can say that this ministry, in the area that we are in terms of population, I mean, this is a very small population that we're serving in terms of, compared to Toledo, compared to other metropolitan areas. There's not a lot of population here and not many people. And to have this radio station start from where it was to acquiring another station to now building, and Findlay, we acquired that one. We got the license, we built that, and then when 94.9 came on the air, it became a bit redundant, and that was our largest expense. And so it made sense for us to sell that. And then basically we could use those funds then to help us build our Fostoria station. So to have us continue to expand and grow is, especially given the size of the area that we serve, is, I would say, almost unprecedented. There are many radio stations that continue to thrive and have been on the air for as long as we have, who serve metropolitan areas. We're talking Boise, Idaho, and you name it across the country. Most major areas have Catholic radio. Some don't, but most do. But some of those there's a national radio group called Relevant Radio. It's Catholic. It's by far the biggest. They have hundreds of radio stations across the country, and they focus on urban areas or metropolitan areas, larger population centers. And so to have us here and serving and really thriving is really quite a testament to the faith of those who listen to us and have enabled us to do what we're doing. And there are always opportunities out there. I'm always looking and listening for opportunities for Holy Family Radio to do more and to do bigger things, because it's worth doing it. It's absolutely worth doing this work. If I didn't believe in it, and if I didn't think it had the effect, then I might just let it be, as in set it and forget it,
Yeah, we've talked almost every year about this expansion or that expansion, this new station, that one. Mm-hmm. But I think it's important for the listeners to know, you and the board have never been pursuing expansion for the sake of expansion alone. Right. You have turned down or not pursued opportunities. You sold the Findlay station when that was the right thing to do. You're always making carefully discerned decisions to try to best steward
Mm-hmm.
the resources that have been provided to the station. And that's because of you listeners. You know, everything that you were talking about, Deacon Jeff, is because of our listeners, because of the faith of our listeners. We couldn't do it without you. I know what you mean. When I was still working a day job, I would travel, a decent enough amount. And the first thing I'd always do when I would get to a new area is try to find, or I'd look ahead of time, what's the Catholic radio station? And I remember many a time being surprised that I either couldn't find one, or even, and it's growing more and more all the time, or that the one I found didn't have a very strong signal. It was on AM, which, the reception on AM is just crazy, not as good a quality. And being shocked that in major metropolitan areas this would be the case.
Yeah.
And I was always struck, well, our radio station, is in this tiny little rural area of the state and the country, and has a strong signal and strong support, and here I am in a major metropolitan area right now, and I can barely get this. If I can get one, I can barely get it at all. So again, just incredible gratitude for our listeners, for the faith of the people in this area, because this wouldn't be here without you. As you've said before, Deacon Jeff, if you want to know what it would be like if you didn't have Holy Family Radio, this is what it would sound like. Yeah. Nothing. Silence.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. Exactly right. It would not be here if not for you. So consider joining us in this mission. Help us keep this going. Help us to thrive, and also take advantage of some opportunities as they come along. We're doing the best that we can, and we'll continue to do what we believe is correct and right, and what God wills for us at any given time. So 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You see a donation came in online. Thank you so much for that. Very generous gift this morning. That's our first donation this morning, and every little bit helps. So no matter how much you're able to give, please consider giving to us, and we will do the heavy lifting, so to speak. We'll be that voice crying out in the desert, crying out into the darkness, that's seeking light, so that others might find hope. We've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. So we need to rejoice in the hope that Jesus has conquered death. Christ is the victor, ultimately. And it doesn't matter what they do to the body. What matters is what they do to the soul. And so it is our souls that we care about. And Holy Family Radio provides that sort of hope. There are stories that I have heard many times shared by other Catholic radio stations. And, if folks have stories about Holy Family Radio that has brought hope and comfort and or inspiration to you or to your family, please let us know those stories. You can give us a call and say, I got a story, and kind of share that. And, maybe that's worthwhile sharing with everybody else that's here. Who knows?
Yeah.
Those are encouraging sorts of stories. I'd love to hear those if you have it. There's one story that Patrick Madrid has told many times. Patrick Madrid is based out of Columbus. He used to be on EWTN quite a bit. He's a great apologist. He's now on Relevant Radio, hosts a morning show, a 3 or 4 hour morning show on Relevant Radio. And he tells a story that there was a person, I can't remember if it was a guy or a gal, that was driving to commit suicide. They were intending to end their life. And they were driving, and it was in L.A., and traffic is well known in L.A. on a freeway. So it was bumper to bumper, and they saw a bumper sticker or magnet for a Catholic radio station. And so they tuned their radio to that. And the program that was on at the time spoke directly to that person and provided hope. And they actually called in at that time.
That person called in then in response to that.
Because in response to that. And they mentioned that, and they did not follow through. It was somebody, in a sense, was saved from taking their own life through Catholic radio. So that's why you see, hopefully, you see window clings, you see other clings and all that carries the message of Catholic radio. I haven't mentioned that. We haven't mentioned that at all, that we have window clings and magnets and all that with our signals. Okay. If you would like one of those, just request one. Let me know. We'll send one to you in the mail. These are the nice little window clings that use, static, that'll stick on the inside as well as the outside of your vehicle, the window. I've got one that's on the back of my vehicle. I mean, it's a great way to evangelize, because a lot of people just casually walking by, they see it, may not process it, but they see it. And the more often they see it, the more they know about the culture around them, the folks that are around them that do care and do have something to say about faith. And they may be encouraged sometime to then check it out. Just kind of go by it, and you never know.
A lot of us flip channels during advertisements, breaks in programming, and having that little decal, that window cling, that magnet on the vehicle can make a big difference for someone who just flips channels. You talk about how that impacted that one person so deeply, so profoundly, literally made a difference in life and death. You have a whole folder here of people's letters and thank you notes and whatnot, talking about how Catholic radio has impacted them.
Yes.
And, those of us that love the Catholic faith, we love nothing more than to see a soul touched by the faith. And when Catholic radio plays a role in that's sort of like, a double squeeze to the heart, in a nice way. If you're watching online, you can see I'm smiling. Maybe you can hear it in my voice. But, not only is somebody touched by the faith, but they're also touched by the method or the vehicle, forgive the pun, because since so many people listen to radio in their vehicles, but the vehicle through which they're touched by faith is Catholic radio, which is something that all of us feel passionate about, not just those of us here in the studio and the volunteers, but those of you listening. You wouldn't be listening without it. So the touching of individual lives is so beautiful. But, I mentioned this yesterday, too, and you hear story after story of this. But, Gary Zimak yesterday noticed how he was one of those people, not about to commit suicide, but it changed his life. Flipping stations, ran across Catholic radio, completely changed the course of his life. He's now in full-time ministry. And how that not only touched that one life, but he's now written 14 books on and dealing with anxiety and anxiousness and the ripple effect of that. How his life hasn't just been touched, but now he's helping to touch other people's lives, and it's Catholic radio that did that for him. You can help with that, listener. You are part of that. You are part of making a difference, not only in the individual that hears Catholic radio, but is then so touched by it that they go on and engage in evangelization, in ministry in a form that touches other people. So you have a ripple effect when your donation helps support Catholic radio. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
I've probably told this before, this story, but how I got involved with Catholic radio stems from basically the one of the reasons why Holy Family Radio even exists is the fact that so many of us have had children, walk away from the faith. We do our best part through Catholic schools or through our daily living, to prepare and educate our children on the faith. And you kind of expect them to follow you and do what you do, right? And, if the faith is important to you, you think it should be important to them, and you try to instill that in your children. And sometimes as much as you can, that just doesn't happen. When they become adults, they may deviate from that path. And for me and my family, my wife, our oldest, when she was a senior in high school, walked away from the faith and told us that, and that was because of the person that she was with at the time. And so that was quite devastating to us. And I remember driving around, and because we were challenged in our faith through that. Okay, we were challenged in our Catholic faith for that. And so we realized that we didn't know what we didn't know, and we needed to know more so that we could talk about that. And either, you talk about apologetics and defending the faith. Well, we needed to do that. And so I had no idea what to do. Now, this was back in 2010 when this occurred. And so looking for something, so I started tuning into Christian radio, all right, to listen to some of this, preaching or what have you. And I'm hitting the search button on my radio when I'm driving my car and stopping. And one day it stopped on 88.9. And I thought, what is this? And at that time, they weren't, quote unquote, on the air yet. They were doing what is required for a new station, which is you need to broadcast. It's a test. You have to broadcast certain stuff for a certain amount of time. So they were playing music. They were playing the type of music you'd hear at Mass, on Eagle's Wings and One Bread, One Body, that sort of a thing. And then when they went on the air, then I was listening to that all the time. And it was just like so amazing. It's like, this is exactly what I need. This is going to give me in a active but yet passive way stuff, and stuff so much resonated with me. Like, I didn't know that. I need to remember that, or something else. And I remember very distinctly in my mind saying, you know what, if I could ever help this radio station out, I would love to do that. Okay. I would love to do that. I said that. And, but here's the thing. And it was something like, I'd like to do that if I ever had, quote unquote, the opportunity. Not that I would go knocking on a door and find out who did this, right?
How can I help?
How can I help? But through another interesting story, it came to me. The opportunity came to me, and I just said, "Yeah, I can do that." The wheels were set in motion, preparing everything for me for that moment.
God had prepared your heart
for that moment, through everything, through work, through career, everything else. Brought it all together, and that's where I've been now for 14 years. Mm-hmm. And so part of what Catholic radio and my passion about is because it helps, my hope that it helps not only people come to the faith, but return to the faith. There are so many people who are out there listening who have children, who have had grandchildren, and others kind of just walk away from the faith, or just simply
float away.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter. And in my homily this past Sunday, I talked about everything matters. Everything you do, the way you drive your car, the food you eat, the exercise that you choose to do, everything matters. It either brings you closer to your goal, which is God, or it takes you away. And so everything you do matters. And even having the intention of trying to do that is a first step to moving back. And so it is my hope and my prayer, and always has been, that Catholic radio can serve as a means to bring people back to the faith, back to the sacraments, back to the faith of their parents and grandparents, and to restore families, to restore what was once lost, and how things will be at the end together in heaven. That's why I enjoy doing baptism so much, because I bring one more family member into God's family at each and every baptism. So it's a great joy that I get to do that. So there's my story. That's why I'm still here after 14 years, because I think that the job will never be done, in a sense, right? But I'm here to continue to do that. And by the way, my daughter is not back in the church yet, but we're definitely praying for that. We're praying for everybody else who experiences that, has experienced that in their family and their lives. So it's so important. And if you could, please help us to continue this for another 5, 10, 15 years, however long it takes for us to stay relevant in this media. And that's what, radio in a sense is going to go away at some point. It's going to cease to have its impact like it has had for the last 50, 60 years or so. But radio is still the number one means that people listen to audio, believe it or not, still today. May not be for young people, because I see young people, they plug their phones in right away, and they sometimes even start their playlists before they even start their car. That's something I don't quite understand as an older person. But either way, we need to be there too. We need to be that option when they plug in their phone that they want to listen to what we have to say. So we're always looking for avenues to connect to people. That's where live streaming right now, but it's also a way through our app, and we want to create more content. The future really is going to be content that we can share on different platforms through, short videos, reels, all those sorts of things.
Whatever it looks like. Yeah, consuming that media through the phone, which, as you said, the younger generation does even more. The streaming on the app and off the website, but off the app in particular is incredibly powerful and helpful because you can get in your car. So many cars now are equipped with Apple Play and the Google Android Auto. I need to just write those down.
What's right here on your paper?
And
right there.
Yeah, but then I have to.
Then you have to look at it.
I have to look at it. I have to flip through our various important pieces of paper to find that, Deacon Jeff. But to your point, people, we are providing this message and this content through a streaming platform. Mm-hmm. We're trying to stay not relevant for the sake of relevance, like, oh, look how popular we are, but to be able to provide that content through whichever means the consumer prefers to consume it.
Right.
So we couldn't do it. That's a very type of thing we couldn't do without the listener support.
Right.
Getting the app up and running and the ability to stream through it. We couldn't do that without you listeners. 888-287-0655. We have not heard the phone ring this morning.
Nope, not yet.
It always feels just a little bit almost like lonely. I mean, we have each other, but, it's a little quiet during this beginning hour. We don't have as much traffic through here. And when the phone isn't ringing yet, it just feels a little bit more lonely.
Yeah.
So if you would give us a call at 888-287-0655 and let us know that you're listening, let us know how you can help. It doesn't have to be $1,000. We love those apostles, but we love every donation, every single. So if your best gift is $5, we are so grateful for that because we know that it comes from your heart and it matters. It all adds up. Should we talk about a few of our goals, Deacon Jeff? We haven't done that in a while, or are you wanting to move on towards a break?
Go ahead and do that. Yeah, we can take a break whenever we want.
Okay. Well, we do have some goals. A lot of times people want to know those goals. If you haven't heard them yet, we'll just go, even if you have heard them yet, we're going to go over them real briefly.
Yeah, sure.
We've set a financial goal of $60,000 this year. That is higher than any goal that we have had in the past, but it's really needed. It is really needed for some of the. We'll talk in a little bit about what some of those expenses and needs are, but that's the goal. We are. Is your sheet live? Mine's asleep. We are 50% We are 58% towards that goal at $35,000 right now. That's phenomenal progress. We had a great day one, but we have a long way to go as well. And traditionally, Thursday's our quietest day. So how about changing that? Yesterday was a record-breaking day. How about being part of making Thursday a record-breaking day? Give us a call. Go online. Make your donation. 888-287-0655. We also have a lofty goal of the number of new donors. We are hoping for 45 new donors. That was our least exciting performance yesterday. Maybe that's the best way to say it, or most disappointing performance yesterday. We didn't have very many new donors yesterday. We had a few, but we really need more. That is a sign of life to a media ministry like this, because it tells us that we've got those listeners out there. So 45 new donors. We're hoping that 25 of them come from the Fostoria-Tiffin listening area. Why? Because that's our newest station, our newest signal that went up in January of this year. This would be the first Spirit Drive for those particular listeners. So we'd like to see 25 new donors from that area, showing that, yes, you hear us and you want to support the beauty of Catholic radio on the airwaves in your area and in expanding areas to touch hearts and change minds. We also, we had another phenomenal goal blown out of the water yesterday, and that was our goal for apostles. Excuse me. We were hoping for 12 apostles, and I think, if I'm correct, we had 14 yesterday. Am I right?
We had 13.
We had 13. Okay, I don't know why I thought 14. We joked about, well, there were 12 apostles, but then there had to be one replaced, and so, we'll say 13, but we don't want to stop there. We want to continue to blow that one out of the water.
Yeah.
So if you have the means and the Holy Spirit is touching your heart that you should be an apostle, we will gleefully add to that total. And then finally, we're hoping for 20 new recurring donors.
Mm-hmm.
And that means people, we appreciate any kind of donation. And if you're a one-time donation person, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. If you're able to turn that into a recurring donation, so for example, say you give $100, one-time donation. Well, if you changed that to $10 a month, which might feel a lot more affordable in the moment. That's, I like to joke, that's not even probably 2 cups of coffee these days at most coffee shops. If you could do that, then you would be donating 100. Is it 120?
120.
Is that
yeah,
my math?
Yeah, that's math. That's good math.
I'm not a numbers person, but I think I can do it that much. So that's 120. So not only did it hopefully feel easier to you by only being $10 a month, you were able to give more. So benefit for you, benefit for us, and double benefit for us because it provides a predictability of income. And every organization needs predictability of income. So that's why we like to motivate you, or encourage you maybe is the best way to say it, to become a recurring donor. So those are our goals this year. As a thank you, we do have a gift this year for all new donors and for all existing donors who increase their donation by $15 a month or $180 a year. And that is the book by Joe Heschmeyer, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. We have no limit on the number of copies that we can provide of that. So please make your donation, claim that particular thank you gift. We think you'll really enjoy it. Joe Heschmeyer is a great apologist. He's sort of up and coming and very popular. And in fact was on Catholic Answers right after we finished the radio drive yesterday, talking about this book, Catholic radio station, to keep truth and beauty and help us keep broadcasting hope and sharing faith going into the future. 888-287-0655.
Thank you for that update, Kim. And it is important that we continue to be here for folks when they need us. That's the thing about radio. Talk about people are searching. People are searching for answers, and they can't get those answers without us being there. And so a lot of times it's random circumstances and random chances. Sometimes it's a few words here or there. It's seeds that get sown. You never know when they're going to grow. That's one of the things about radio is that we're like a seed spreader. In other words, the word goes out, and it's spreading seeds everywhere. And some of that finds fertile soil, and sometimes it springs up and goes away. That parable that we're all familiar with. But, the important part is that these are seeds, and the more seed that we can sow, the more harvest that we can reap. And that's only possible through you. 888-287-0655. That is 888-287-0655. For those of you who might be watching and may watch us later on YouTube or Facebook, Instagram, whatever, you can comment. Those comments come into the studio here so we can see those and we can respond to those. So if you have questions, if there's something you want us to talk about or share, or maybe you want to share something with us that we might be able to share on the air, please use that mechanism to do that. That's what we're kind of there for, to make this perhaps a little bit more interactive. Or you can call us and give us a message or something that way as well, and make your donation while you're doing it. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. It's now 8 o'clock. It's the start of our second hour here of our 11 hours of live radio. And hopefully you are able to help us in this mission. We will be back after our break, and we'll continue this discussion. You're listening to Holy Family Radio and the Spirit Drive of 2025. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to the Spirit Drive here in 2025. This is Holy Family Radio. Deacon Jeff along with Kim in the studio. Holy Family Radio has been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. And remember, folks, that you need to rejoice in hope, endure in affliction, and persevere in prayer, as it says in Romans 12:12. We are here certainly rejoicing in hope, persevering in prayer, and we will endure in affliction, for ultimately Jesus is the victor. And we will celebrate with him one day in heaven. That's what we're striving for. But there's so many people that do not know about the hope that is found in Jesus Christ and his church. The fullness of faith, the fullness of truth that's found only in the Catholic Church. And so therefore, we're asking you to partner with us in this mission to continue Holy Family Radio's work. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Remember our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, as in FM radio, holyfamilyradio.fm. That's our website to go to. You can get access to our online donation form where you can make your donation, either one time or recurring donation. However you want to set that up, completely up to you. We prefer a new recurring donor because it allows you to give a little at one time so that you can give a lot over time. And it also helps us to plan our budget so that we know every single month so-and-so is going to say we're going to have $25 from so-and-so. And that adds up to a nice chunk of money, and we know we can plan for the future with that in a much better way. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Want to give you an idea and a picture of the guests that we're going to be talking with today here on Thursday the 11th at 9 a.m. We're going to welcome in Deacon Gene Huntingford. He serves at Delphos St. John the Evangelist. He'll be here at the 9 a.m. hour. Looking forward to talking with him. He's a first-time guest here to Holy Family Radio. Next at 11 a.m., we're going to welcome Father Kevin McGraw here to the studio. He's a parochial vicar at Defiance St. John and St. Mary parishes. He is a longtime person that we've talked to him many times over his vocation journey here at Holy Family Radio and the Spirit Drive. We kind of kept tabs with him over time, and now he's finally crossed the finish line, and has become an ordained priest this past May. So we'll talk to him to see how that is happening for him. And then at 1 o'clock, we will welcome Mike Karhoff, who is a deacon candidate for the permanent diaconate, who will be ordained Saturday. So looking forward to chatting with him and see how his preparation has set him up for ordination coming up this Saturday. I'll be there on Saturday for this ordination when these men join the brotherhood that is the diaconate. We're all there to support them in the work that we've been called to do in that vocation. So excited to talk to him at 1 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, we will see Barry McCullough. He is with the Sarah Club of Allen, Putnam, and Van Wert counties. In fact, the Sarah Club has an event this afternoon or this evening. They're going to have a picnic over in the Glandorf Park, and they're welcoming prospective members and current members of the Sarah Club to talk about what they've got going on. So he's going to be here at 3. They have an event. They have a mass here at 5:45, a special mass for them. So he's going to be coming, and we'll talk to him. And in fact, his group is going to be doing like a tour of the museum that is here at the parish center for Glandorf before they do the mass. And so they're going to be coming in here through Holy Family Radio Studios. So that's going to be very exciting to see all these people and welcome them in and get them acquainted and introduced to Holy Family Radio. So we're very excited about that. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll have Karen Holman in the studio. She is the founder of Do Good in His Name Ministries and the Do Good Restaurant in Osgood, Ohio. She's here for a talk to support the it's sponsored by Christ the King Center. It's at the KFC tonight at 6:30, I believe. And so she's going to stop in here first, and we'll get a chance to talk with her. It's going to be a good conversation. Very much looking forward to that. And so She'll be here for that. And then that will round out our guests for this day.
It always goes quickly, for us at least.
Yeah, it does.
You know, I mean, we joke about 11 hours, but it each day. But by the time it gets to the end of the day, we're like, wow, you know, we talked to all those great people, and you know, the time seemed to fly by. I guess because, you know, when you're doing what you love, time goes quickly. So
yeah, it really does. And I thought about that this morning. It's like I did 11 hours of radio yesterday. I'm about to do another 11 hours of radio, and when we're not tied to a particular schedule right now. Okay, radio is very regimented. Okay, in terms of, you know, how it normally flows. Because if you're a listener, you know that maybe at 7:20 a.m. that's when our spots kick off. You know, for 2 minutes, and it goes back to them. So it's very scheduled and regimented schedule. This is less so. But when you're on a schedule, you know, all of a sudden 5 minutes doesn't seem very long, because pretty soon you have to come back from a break. It's like, okay, I'm telling the folks here in the studio, okay, 45 seconds, and we're going to be back. And it comes up faster than what you think.
yeah.
And so I tell our guests that, you know, the time will go faster than what you think. You may be nervous. That's okay. We'll lead the conversation. It'll be no problem. And before you know it, you know, an hour has gone by. And so it is amazing. And over the years, at first, it seemed like it took forever to get through 33 hours of live radio. And now it's just what we do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, labor of love, like we said, it can go quickly.
Yeah, yesterday I like I said earlier when we were chatting this morning, I got about 4.5, 5 hours of sleep, and so I got to the studio, and I was pretty tired, but the first hour I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is taking forever. How are we gonna be able to do this? But it went very fast, like you're saying. Like it did go fast. Another thing too that I noticed is like we go by the minute kind of thing. So like right now it's 8:27. At 8:58, we still have 2 minutes, you know, on air until we then go to a break. So I don't know. It just time seems to be different in the studio for some reason.
Yeah, it does.
It works a little differently, doesn't it? We're supposed to take those breaks at the top of the hour. That's FCC, you know, requirement, right? To do station identification at the top of the hour. The bottom two or just top?
Just the top.
Just
once
the
an
top.
hour.
Once an hour. And but yeah, time works differently. Some aspects of it go faster, and other aspects feel like they go slower.
Yeah.
It's fun for me to have Chris with us this year, not only for the wonderful technical help that you provide, but seeing this new, you know, witnessing the newness of it for you kind of reminds we're not old hats, but we're experienced at least, right, Jeff?
Yeah, that's right.
Jeff?
That's a very gentle way.
Yeah.
My husband likes to joke that when my final maternity chart said AMA, which stands for Advanced Maternal Age, I took offense to, apparently I don't remember, but I took offense to that, and I coined the phrase life experienced mom. So we're life experienced on air
hosts or something.
Radio experience, whatever. So sorry for the joking around here, but you know, this is important work that we're doing, broadcasting hope, sharing faith here on Catholic radio throughout Northwest Ohio. You know, one of the things I wanted to mention again, Deacon Jeff, was you know, radio in some respects feels old school to some people. Although it's still, I want to say it correctly, so you'll have to correct me. The primary, still the top means of audio content consumption.
Yeah, absolutely.
Across the United States. So
yeah, it's 88% on a daily basis.
So even though the youth are more and more consuming audio content through other means, it is still 88%. But I wanted to mention those other means too, because we're doing what we can as a media ministry to reach out and make the Catholic message available to you through whatever means appeal to you. And so, you know, to that end, there's the apps that you can stream the audio content through the Holy Family Radio app. If you prefer music, you can stream the iCatholic Music through that app. But then we have all the social media channels as well. And of course, right now during the Spirit Drive, we are live streaming to those services, to YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. You know, search Holy Family Radio, and you should find us on those platforms. But, you know, we're trying to make ourselves available through whatever means is convenient to you as the listener and the consumer of this sort of content.
Yeah, the easiest way to find us on YouTube or Facebook or X is to get our mobile app. Once you download the mobile app, we have I think it's called a connect button at the very bottom. I'm going to bring it up here real quick. Yeah, at the very bottom in the middle, the little toolbar that we have here, there's a connect button. And once you open up our app, you tap that connect button, then you have other buttons where you are able to call us, you can email us, you can go to our website, or you can go to our Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube pages. I need to add our X account on here as well. And that way, for example, if I tap on the YouTube feed, it goes right to our YouTube channel. And in fact, that's us right now streaming live on YouTube. So that's by far the easiest way to get to us and to be able to watch us here during our live Spirit Drive.
You should. That's the first time you've mentioned that. I think.
Oh, that way? Yeah, it might be.
That you've walked through how easy it is to find the social media channels through Holy Family Radio app. And I know I had some people yesterday who were out of the listening area and wanted to listen, and were very interested in finding the app so that they could stream and watch through that. So we need to mention that more often. And mention. Can you see our logo there too, and our logo behind Deacon Jeff? That's the Holy Family Radio that you want to look for, because there are several Holy Family Radio apostolates and ministries, media companies out there. So make sure that you're selecting the one with our logo there, and you'll be able to get the info. Not that there's anything wrong with those. Those are great too. Hey, download those too. But if you're looking for our signal and our stream, you want to go to the one with the logo right there behind Deacon Jeff. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. That's right. One thing I want to mention, first off, let me give the numbers once again so you can get out your phone and set up your keypad. 888-287-0655. So it's the first part's really easy to remember. It's 888. And then it's 287-0655. 888-287-0655. And you can call that number even if you want to make a credit card donation, because we'll take your information over the phone onto a pledge card, and then we will set up that we'll run that transaction through. If it's a recurring donation, we can set that up for you as well. So you don't have to wait till you're on our giving form or anything else like that. Just give us a call and we can help set that up for you. You could also, if you intend to send a check, give us a call, give us your pledge, and then we will follow up with you and look to receive a check from you. However you want to do it, we're completely open. So don't think you need to have, you can't just send a check. It's like, well, I want to send a check, but I can't do it until later. Just give us a call. We can record it and we will follow up with you. However you want to do it, we will do that. So it's 888-287-0655. Now, I want to mention that it is soon to be Box of Joy season. And in fact, next week we'll probably be receiving our 2,000 boxes of joy ready to distribute to area parishes and schools for the Box of Joy campaign. The Box of Joy campaign is offered by Cross Catholic Outreach, which is a charitable organization that does many different things across the world, really, to impoverished nations or developing world. They do things like drill wells and other sorts of outreach efforts like that. But Box of Joy is the one that we work on with them, because this is an opportunity for families to be able to pack a box of joy. It's a shoebox here that you fill with various gifts for children ages 2 to 4 or 5 to 9 or 10 to 14 for a boy or a girl. And this box of joy, once it's packed and once we screen it, it gets sent to a child somewhere in Central America or Western Africa that will not receive a Christmas present otherwise. They need to, we talk about the joy of the gospel. This is a box of joy that families can do. So this is kind of like a pre-Advent project, and we've been fortunate enough to send over 1,800 of these boxes last year, and over 8,000 boxes in total since 2018. And I got to believe that we're one of the largest providers of boxes of joy in the United States. So I just want to let parishes know. I want to let individual groups know. Let's say that man is you or she or a welcome group or whatever. Even schools, especially schools, if they want to participate in this, let us know. Give us a call. Reach out to us, and we will provide all the materials you need to run a Box of Joy campaign. There are some groups that run it on their own. There are parishes around here that handle that. Fostoria is one of those that I think they have a separate group that runs their Box of Joy program. We can take your Boxes of Joy because we're a drop-off center, so you don't have to have arranged for a truck to come pick it up on a particular day. We can come pick these boxes up for you, and since we are a remote screening center, which means we screen all the boxes to make sure that it has all the, nothing that's not allowed in them. And we get it shipped directly to the warehouse, and it goes right to the kids from Holy Family Radio Studio. So this is a Box of Joy. I'm holding it right here, and this one, it happens to be filled with a storybook about my first prayers. It's got some underwear. It's got some paper. Not paper. It's got some school supplies like markers and pens and pencils. It has some Matchbox cars. Basically anything that you think that a child may like that would never ever receive a gift, and it can be something very, very simple. We typically provide some toiletries because my family packs at least 10 boxes of joy every year, and we put a number of different items in there. We see all sorts of different things. Some things are really unique and really quite, I never thought of that. For example, for girls, for the middle age group, 7-8-year-olds and the 10 to 14-year-olds, some people provide fabric and some sewing things because they learn and they have to a lot of times make or mend their own clothing in order to keep that. So that's a great idea. And so it's a great project that can happen before Advent even starts. So like I said, we're going to start getting our Boxes of Joy next week, and then the campaign officially kicks off at the beginning of October. So that's when for example, I will set up a display at St. Peter and Paul in Ottawa, and folks can come in, just pick up Boxes of Joy and drop them off there. I check it every day, pretty much, or every week at the beginning to pick up filled Boxes of Joy to bring them here so that we can then send them down to Florida for distribution. So it is a great opportunity for parents and grandparents to start preparing for Advent, for having their kids or their families pack Boxes of Joy. They are due at the beginning of November this year, kind of a little bit earlier. November 2nd, I think, is the due date that we'll have, and all the boxes will be due here. And this place, while it's busy now, becomes very, very busy there that last week of October and the beginning of November. And I absolutely love it because it's jam-packed full of Boxes of Joy and shipping cartons and toys and other gifts here as well. It's a lot of fun. It's a labor of love, just like Holy Family Radio is. So just want to get that word out there that if you want to participate in the Box of Joy campaign, to reach out to us, and we can provide you with whatever materials you need. We'll print all the activity sheets. We'll give you the brochures. We'll give you everything you need, all the boxes. We'll replenish your supplies if you need it, and then we will take your Boxes of Joy. Either bring it back to us here at the studio, or we will come to you and pick them up. In the past, we've gone as far as St. Mary of the Woods Parish in India. It's not India. It's at Indian Lake, but what's the town? I can't think of it. Oh goodness!
That's not Mansfield, is it?
No. It's in Indian Lake. I forget that St. Mary of the Woods in. My apologies to those of you who might be listening down there on 94.9. I can't think of the town.
It'll come to you as soon as we're off the air.
And I'll just blurt it out. So, in any event, I've gone down there many times to pick up their Boxes of Joy. Folks from Tiffin have brought their boxes of joy over here. Bluffton every year drops their boxes off here.
Does every parish participate or no? Okay,
No.
so if your parish doesn't participate,
Exactly.
then this is a great opportunity to maybe be the point person to help your parish
Yeah.
participate, or to, if that isn't within your means, for, your capacity for whatever reason, just to participate yourself.
Yeah.
And, I was thinking, too, you mentioned the different groups out there. Maybe they might be interested in organizing, some folks to do this. I'm thinking of college students, too. Maybe they could take, a dozen of them back to their college campuses and try to get some friends to participate in that, or whatever groups they might be involved in. So lots of ways to get involved and to spread help. The other thing I wanted to highlight is, you mentioned Deacon Jeff, there was underwear in there, and, that might strike one as like, oh, wait a minute, these kids are getting underwear for Christmas. Well, yeah, they're genuinely in so much need and so excited about stuff that, fortunately for us, and living in a country of affluence, is not something that is typically that you would think of the typical American kid as getting excited about.
Right.
But their needs they lived, as you say, in abject poverty, most of these kids, and get no presents. And so those very basic things that we take for granted that might just be on your Walmart shopping list, that, any given week, is a big deal to them. And one of the things you do is provide those lists and brochures that explain to people packing these boxes, these are items that the kids need and would welcome. These are items that you might think would be fun, but actually we can't send those things. Those are,
Right.
Chocolate is going to melt. This is going to Central America. It's going to melt,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So, which is one of the services that you provide here
Right.
by being a screening center. To help double check and screen every box that comes in to make sure that nothing is in there that shouldn't be in there. And, if some boxes are a little on the light side, you do have some people that just donate supplies to go in the boxes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we make sure that every box is filled, because sometimes we get boxes and they're a little bit light, right? And so we make sure that it is full. And there are people who donate various items, and there are families who shop all year round, looking for deals on things that can go into their boxes of joy. So, for example, right now, sitting in our storage closet, are boxes, or like a case that contains decks of playing cards. So we must have 100 decks of cards. We have boxes full of pens and pencils. Those are great gifts, and if we look at it, it's like, oh, we can fit that in here. We can fit that in there. We take it, and we make sure that every box is full. It's age appropriate, and something that any child would want to receive.
Yeah.
So it's so much fun, and I always look for volunteers. It's been more of a family affair within the Holy Family Radio group, but if there are others who want to join in and sort through boxes and everything else, it really is fun. It's a great pre-Advent project. I like to stress that for parishes and other groups, because we know we get really busy. Parishes plan missions and other sorts of things for the parish itself for Advent. This happens well before, and can really start off your season in preparing for that exciting part of the year.
Yeah, people focus on Halloween a lot during the month of October. And while that isn't necessarily a Catholic thing, you can think in terms of gathering treats for the kids in need during the month of October.
Yeah. It's always interesting to me that one of the key items, toothpaste, I'll mention that. That was a bit of a controversy last year, is that, I told people, apparently they can't take toothpaste this year. And the reason why is the toothpaste has an expiration date on it. I was like, are you serious? And if you look at tubes and stuff, there's an expiration date usually stamped on the very end of it, or if it's whatever kind of container. So, but it said on the thing, the sheet that says what's allowed, toothpaste was on it. So either they didn't get their stuff updated in time when they found out, but we had to gather all the toothpaste out of all the boxes, and we made a donation of all that. but I lost my train of thought where I was going to mention.
Well, one of the things that I want to make sure to highlight is the fact that here Holy Family Radio operates as a pre-screening location for these, and that is an important service. Not every location does that. Normally they're shipped down to Florida, and service is performed down there by Cross Catholic Outreach organization itself. And so it's a big help to Cross Catholic Outreach, not only to simply do the boxes, but to have them pre-sorted and pre-screened, because that takes some of that burden off of them, obviously. So by participating or sending your boxes here, you're not only just providing a box for a child, but you're also helping the charity that tries to help.
Mm-hmm.
Because we do that here, our volunteers. And if you want to help, is it okay to put out a plea for volunteers to help do that screening?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if anybody's interested in serving in that manner, contact the station, and they can let you know when would be a good time to come by and what you can do to help.
Yeah, the time frame for that, if you're looking at any calendars, is really the last week of October. That last week will be slammed with boxes coming in from each and every place because they're due by November 2nd. So, and then the pickup for the Boxes of Joy is usually a few days later, and we schedule, and we have a semi that comes and picks them up, because we have, last year I think we shipped almost 100 shipping cartons. Well, it would have been 100 because there's 18 in each shipping carton.
Mm-hmm.
So we did 1,800 boxes, so that would be 100 if my math is right. And so that's like 8 skids of boxes of Joy and shipping cartons. It's just amazing. So and for any display, we have instructions on how to set up a display. We have everything you need. Got the little sheet of paper where you can cut up the things and the instructions for people to pick up. So we try to make it pretty easy for you. And it's not a difficult thing, especially since we can provide all the materials for you and we can pick them up for you. We've done that for many years now. And this is one of the more fun things we get to do for community outreach here at Holy Family Radio. So, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Remember to go online also to make your donation at holyfamilyradio.fm, as well as our mobile apps. However you want to do it, we can help you with that. 888-287-0655.
The donations that we've had this morning have been through the online form.
Mm-hmm.
So, either going through the website there or the apps. Haven't heard that phone ring yet this morning. 888-287-0655. We would love to hear from you. Give us a call. We're getting ready here to take a break before too long here, because I think our guest has arrived. I saw him walk in. So before too long here, already this hour has just flown by, for us at least. And so shortly, when we take that break, would be a perfect time for you to call. 888-287-0655. You
might be wondering what it takes to run a radio station, if not 1, but 3, and soon to be 4 radio stations. What is it really that expensive? What do you need in order to keep things going? Well, basically we have ongoing expenses of at least $10,000 a month, and that includes salaries, rents for like this studio, because we rent this studio space from the parish here in Glandorf. Our Fostoria tower now, we have tower rent that we pay it is $800 a month just to have our antenna hung on the tower, or a tower over near Fostoria. That tower actually sits about 2 or 3 miles north of Bascom over there, and it's so it's $800 a month, and so that's additional expense that we have from our budget that we started the year with.
Mm-hmm.
We have music licensing that we have to pay. Music licensing is a pretty major expense, even for a radio station that doesn't broadcast much music. And for each radio station that we have, that incremental increase is is not negligible. Okay, so if it was 1, then it's 2, then it's doubled. You get a third one, it just continues to grow from there. So music licensing is a big one. Insurance also is a big one. We own 2 of our towers. We're very fortunate in that aspect to actually own 2 of our towers. So there's no rent involved or anything like that for ourselves. Why would we do that? Number one, but also it's very helpful for us to keep our expenses low. But that means we have to insure them. Mm-hmm. They're not cheap to insure.
Those towers are subject to the vagaries of weather and
absolutely
derechos blowing through the area. All sorts of things.
If we needed to replace our tower at 94.9, which is a 300 plus foot tower over there on the campus of Ohio Northern University, which is who we purchased that from, that would cost us a couple $100,000 to replace that. And that would be. That's why we have insurance, folks. That's why we have that. We also have professional fees. We have legal fees for the FCC that we have to do with compliance. We have engineering all the time, especially putting up new stations, and also accounting-wise, making sure the books and everything else is good. And then software. We have mobile apps. We have streaming that we do. We have website. So there's lots of different subscription services and things that keep that going. So, for example, iCatholic Music, for the apps, for the app that we have, and for the licensing and the streaming, for the DJ sort of functionality that we have, it's $600 a month for iCatholic Music. I really want to encourage folks to check out iCatholic Music. Check out the app. Search for iCatholic Music on your favorite app store and install that and start listening to iCatholic Music. Not a lot of people really want to listen to talk radio a lot. And so we want to provide a music option. We wanted to provide a music option for folks. And we have listeners across the country and the world listening to iCatholic Music at any given time. In fact, I'll get it up here in a second, who we have listening and where they're listening right now. We're going to have similar tower rent, by the way, at Van Wert when that station comes up. We're very much looking forward to that station coming on, and our people that are over in that area, especially let's say Delphus and the western part of Putnam County and Van Wert County and beyond, are excited about the idea of having Catholic radio available to them.
Yeah, you have those capital expenditures, those things related to you've just gone through the monthly expenses, but then these larger ones when we need to replace a transmitter, replace an audio processor, things like that. Those are one-time expenses, but they come up unexpectedly from time to time, and they are not insignificant expenses when those things come up.
Right. Yeah, right now we have 21 active listeners on iCatholic Music, including there's a listener in Hungary right now listening on their desktop for the last 5 hours. Let's see, Palmdale, California, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Cleveland, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, Kansas, Milwaukee, and other places like that around the country. I mean, that's
fabulous.
It's fabulous, and it is it's a great service to provide to continue to reach out to more people. So your donation not only helps to keep us on the air and broadcasting, but also helps us to continue to build out iCatholic Music, to share the joy of the gospel through the power of music from Catholic artists only. And that's the important part. It's Catholic artists only. There is great music that is being created and by Catholic artists, by people who are passionately Catholic. These are the type of folks that you will see at youth conferences, at Steubenville conferences, diocesan events, Eucharistic Congress, when they had the music there, if anybody was there. That's the kind of music that we have here on iCatholic Music. And I'd like to do more with that. I'd like to create my own shows. I used to do the Catholic Playlist Show for many, many years. And I'd like to resurrect that and put that into the mix there at iCatholic Music. So I dream. I'm a big dreamer, but my dreams cost money, just like most anything else. And so if you wanna share the dream with me, I would be very, very grateful if you would do that. And you can do that by donating right now at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. It is 5 minutes now before the top of the hour at 9 o'clock, and we're going to be welcoming in Deacon Gene Huntingford into the studio and chat with him about what he's been doing and his work there at Delphos and whatever else he might have going on. So you're listening to Catholic Radio on Holy Family Radio. It's the 2025 Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. We'll talk to you after the break. And welcome back to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. This is Deacon Jeff, along with my co-host Kim Schrader in Holy Family Radio Studios, where we've been broadcasting faith and broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. This is our 15-year anniversary here this year for Holy Family Radio, and in Thanksgiving of that, we offer our Thanksgiving for that. Each and every day, we should always and everywhere offer our thanks to our Lord Jesus Christ, and we do that, in a special way today. And so now is the time that you can partner with us in this mission that is Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. And we haven't heard the phones ring yet, have we?
No, we haven't. We feel lonely. We need.
Yeah. So what should we do about that?
We need the love.
What do you want to do?
I want to motivate you, listeners out there, viewers. We have certain parameters to receive our thank you gift. Being a new donor or being an existing donor, that increases your donation by $15 a month. But we're going to put those constraints to the side for the first caller this morning. We did that yesterday. The first caller yesterday received a copy of our thank you gift, which is the latest book by Joe Heschmeyer, an up-and-coming Catholic apologist, called The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. If you're watching us online, you should be able to see that in the picture right now. If not, No? Okay. Well...
Oh, you have a display?
Yeah, excellent. Because our cracker producer is on top of it. And our amazing new producer is showing that. Yeah. Showing that book for you. We want you to claim that. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. I'll say it again slower. I know I always feel people say phone numbers too quickly.
I know, me too.
888-287-0655. Be the first caller here today and receive a copy of Joe Heschmeyer's The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. We haven't mentioned in a while, Deacon Jeff, and I just want to remind our listeners, for the first time this year, we have adoration going on in support of the Spirit Drive here. We can't start until noon because we are connected to the preschool here at St. John's. Because of you have to sort of pass right through the preschool, we have to be careful that anyone that has contact with the children meets the diocesan requirements and having had training and whatnot. So we're constrained to not start that until noon. We had it yesterday. We had a wonderful flow of people coming through the studio to participate in adoration. And, every year we ask you for your prayers for the success of the Spirit Drive, your prayers for the success of this Catholic media ministry. But now we have an even more palpable way of asking for your support in prayer, your spiritual support. You come right in through the studio. I think we have our balloons back out there. I don't know if Brenda can give me the little smile, or our guest in the studio here affirms that he saw them as he was coming in. So if you're not familiar with the area, that will kind of hopefully catch your attention. You come in through the studio, go to adoration. Please come join us there. It's very important, and we already feel that we've really been blessed by it a lot.
Yeah. Absolutely. So they actually use that room for the preschool. So we couldn't use it until then, and so it's been great to see all the people come in. We've got 2 people scheduled, each and every hour for that, but there's been as many as 5 people in there. So I certainly encourage you. Set your GPS for Glandorf St. John's Catholic Church. We're located on the campus, and like Kim mentioned, we have some banners out there. We have some signs, but also balloons to catch your eye to come in here and join us in prayer, in adoration with Jesus in the Eucharist. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Be that first caller here today so that you can receive a copy of that book and break the ice, so to speak, so that we can encourage more people to call and join us in this mission that is Holy Family Radio. So with that, we're going to now turn to our first guest here live in the studio today. Right now, I'm pleased to be joined in the studio by Deacon Gene Honeyford, who is here and serves at Adelphus St. John the evangelist in Delphos, Ohio. So welcome, Deacon Gene.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Well, I like to always, try to talk with some of my brother deacons, and I know that you were in the class after mine, I believe, right?
We were coming up on our 4-year anniversary.
4 years.
Yeah.
Wow. I tell you what, 8 for me, 4 for you. How is it? Has it seemed like 4 years?
No.
Yeah.
But no, it's been it's actually gone pretty fast, really. I mean, it's a blessing.
Yeah.
To be called and to answer this call. So.
Yeah. So why don't you start off by introducing yourself to our audience, and then maybe kind of give us a little bit of detail about what brought you to become a deacon.
Yep. I'm Deacon Gene Honeyford, and like Deacon Jeff said, my home parish is St. John the Evangelist in Delphos, but we have a family of parishes there, so we also support St. John the Baptist in Landic, and then St. Patrick's in Spencerville. So we rotate through the different parishes for our preaching and assisting at Mass. So it keeps us busy. Originally from Ottoville, so shout out to the Big Green and Father George and my mom over there. I know she's listening, Doris Ann. So shout out to her. That's kind of where I'm at. I mean, we do as much as deacons are allowed to do in all 3 parishes, but along with preaching and assisting at Mass. We do infant baptisms. Okay, we do weddings. I got one coming up this weekend, so presiding at a wedding ceremony, and then we do the things associated with the funeral vigil, or better known as the wake service nowadays. And then occasionally we'll do the funeral when there's no Mass involved, and then committals, quite a bit of that. So, trying to see what else I might have forgotten here. Oh, and Cindy and I, my wife Cindy and I, are leading about, I think, 5 classes in OCIA this year, which starts tonight in Delphos. So for our family of parishes. So yeah.
Nice. So you've got a new pastor.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Father Jeff Walker, yes.
Yeah. Because your previous pastor is now?
He's the Bishop of Davenport, Iowa. So
that is...
Praise God.
Yeah, praise God. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that was... Cindy and I were fortunate enough to be able to be invited to that, and we went out there for that. What a beautiful ceremony for the installation of a bishop. Probably a once-in-a-lifetime... I hope maybe to say it that way. But yeah, it was a beautiful ceremony, and the people out there were just so excited to get a bishop, because they've been without a bishop for a year. So they were just beyond excited to finally have their shepherd.
Very nice. Very nice.
What a blessing.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of us who have a vocation have to answer a call, right? So give us a little bit of your journey and your story, because there's a lot of different ways that this comes about. And so people are encouraged by hearing these stories.
Yeah, well, I never had a road to Damascus moment, okay? It was just the Lord's, kind of slowly poking and pounding, on occasion. Got involved with, got out of college and went to work, and, that was my life with the family, raising a family. And eventually I started coming back to do more things in the church. We lived in Wichita, Kansas Rockford, Illinois. We did live in Wichita too, but we joined a men's prayer group there, and we started having speakers come in. As a matter of fact, there was a Dr. Wood. It's not the John Wood we know. It's another guy. I think it's Stephen Wood, and we'd fill up the high school gymnasium with men. And that kind of got me involved with conferences and things. And then we were able to move back to Delphos there, and I continued that, staying involved with the church, doing communion services when we were allowed to do those. Joined a men's prayer group there, which is still going on. And then finally, people started saying, "Have you ever considered being a deacon?" And that's the farthest thing I had in my mind. I said, and it was more than one. I think it was about 3. And I finally sat down in adoration and said, "Lord, you can't be serious. You want me to be a deacon?" And he said, "Yes." I mean, that's the message that I got. So I still didn't jump at it, okay? So I went on a pilgrimage with Father Ron Schock. We went to Italy with Catholic Faith Journeys, And this is back in 2014. And so I brought this up. Father Ron was the associate pastor at Delphus at the time.
Okay.
And so I had quite a few conversations with him about becoming a deacon. And so that was a lot of prayer time there, together and then individually, in front of all the beautiful, tabernacles and artwork that are in Italy. So on that trip home, this is, Lord, I know you're calling me, so I'm going to try this. So even then, I didn't, we didn't start till 2016. So it took me a little while to get. Well, there's the screening process up front. So that's how I got to where I am today. So it's been a remarkable journey. I mean, some of my classmates are some of my deacon classmates are some of my closest friends. So we still get together. There's 4 or 5 of us get together. We pray evening prayer, and then we go have lunch someplace, and then we get caught up. So what's going on with what you're doing with your diaconate, your families, because everybody's got families, and everybody's got issues they need prayers for. So that's wonderful to keep that connection with my deacon friends.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a brotherhood. It is a brotherhood. I mean, it's important to have the support of not only your family but also your peers in many ways, right? To be able to live it out, because it's nothing in life is ever that easy, and being a deacon is not necessarily easy. No, not at all.
Not at all.
Okay. So let me ask this question: how, from the time that someone said you ever considered becoming a deacon to the time when you prayed about it, how big of a gap in time is that? Did it happen real quick for you?
No, there's still a long draw. I'm going to say it was probably 3 years, maybe a little bit more than that. But yeah, it was not let's jump into this.
Okay.
I really spent a lot of time in discerning.
Okay.
What advice would you give to men that are in that window right there that Deacon Jeff was just referring to, of am I hearing something? I'm not sure. Lord, I don't want to be hearing anything. What's your advice for them?
Spend a bunch of time in adoration in front of the Eucharist, or just in the tabernacle. Just go be near to Jesus and listen. And I never hear somebody talking to me. Okay, I'll get a notion later on. It's like, oh, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do. So, but I don't think you can spend too much time in front of the tabernacle.
Yeah, for sure.
That's great advice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good advice. So, so what was the formation like for you?
Well, the first year we did a lot of the basics, like I'm struggling now with what some of the classes were, but they were like college level classes.
Yeah, I remember philosophy.
Philosophy
was
one.
Like the first one.
Thank you. I couldn't come up with the word all of a sudden. My brain locked this morning. But philosophy was one. Moral philosophy. Okay. Those were two of the hardest ones to grab, because the philosophy was because it's a little more abstract, and at least I found it to be.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But the moral philosophy was kind of rooted in our teachings and truth, so I was able to kind of grab onto that a little bit better. Yeah. And then we spent a lot of time in prayer, but doing the different classes and stuff. My memory is terrible. I didn't write down my classes, but the first year we lost. I mean, I think we started out with 31, and we lost out of that group, we lost 4. Okay. And then the next year was we really got into the formation instead of just the year of discernment. We had the 4-year program like you did.
Yeah.
And so we started the actual formation there, and then more classes. Again, I don't remember all the classes right now, but and after that year we lost a couple more. So we ended up with, and then we had one of our classmates who passed away during formation. So, yeah, a gentleman from St. Mary's in Defiance, so kind of shocked for that. But yeah, so when we finally did get ordained, there were 24 in our class. So
that's a big class.
Yeah, good sized class. Yeah,
it's a good sized class.
How many was in your class, Deacon Jeff? How many were in your
I think
class?
around 20.
Around 20.
I want to say it was that big, but then I saw a picture recently and said something about 19 or 20 or so. So like, oh, okay. But we started with,
that's a great class.
Yeah, we started with like 24, 25.
Right.
And just like we talked about the other day, it's like, it is a discernment process. Just because you got into the group and was able to start did not necessarily mean you're going to finish. And, it's a two-way thing. You yourself are discerning, and then the church is also discerning you as well,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
and you form relationships or friendships,
mm-hmm.
and you're helping your brothers discern, and they're helping you discern. I mean, it
Right.
really is a wonderful experience to share your concerns,
Mm-hmm.
what you're struggling with, and then to support each other as best we can. So
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, trying to think of my follow-up question.
Well, you think on that while I give out the numbers. 888-287-0655. You still have the opportunity to be the first caller today. And the first caller today receives a thank you gift, the book by Joe Heschmeyer, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. So take advantage of the opportunity to be our first caller here at 9:21 in the morning. We've been on the air since 7 a.m. We still haven't had a caller. So how about you be that first caller? 888-287-0655. Since I've got the mic, literally, I'll maybe take advantage of an opportunity to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned your family.
Mm-hmm.
So how did your family? How did they initially react to all of this, and how's all that going?
Well, they've all accepted it. I mean, they weren't sure what I was doing. When I got started, it's like, okay, we know Dad goes to church every Sunday. We know he does men's prayer groups, but what's this diaconate thing? Okay, so we have our oldest, our son lives in Janesville, Wisconsin, so it's a little distant there to be able to really have any input on it. Our two daughters live locally; they both live in Lima, so and they both were very supportive of it. They were just. When we got ordained in 21, it was still the COVID stuff was still going on, right? And so my son and my oldest daughter both were sick with COVID. They couldn't attend the ordination, but my youngest daughter was there. So and then my mom and my godmother, so that they were all there. So but yeah, so they've been very supportive of it. And so when I told them I was going to be on the radio today, they all were very excited for me. So I don't think he's going to get this in Janesville unless he's listening on the app. But
I was just going to say you can listen on the app. You can
right.
watch the stream online through YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all of the X, all of those platforms. So hopefully they're either watching or listening right now. And if not, they can pick up the stream later, I believe.
Yeah, I just want to add, my wife Cindy has been so supportive of this. When we got started, she too was, I'm not sure what you're doing, okay? But she's come full circle now, and she's a big part of all my ministry. So she helps us with the weddings, she helps with baptisms. She's there, however she can. So I'm just grateful to have her support. That makes so much difference in your ministry when you can have a team with your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think so often when one person in a family, especially the spouses, but I'm just curious whether you guys have sort of experienced this in your family. When one starts to grow in faith, the others can become inspired, and then they grow, and then that further inspires either additional people or even the original you find this sort of pulling up maybe
Right.
through the journey of faith.
Right.
I know we've experienced that in our family, and I was curious whether you had experienced something like that in your family.
We're doing the Rosary in a year now with the I can't think of the name of it now. Ascension Presents, right? Thank you, Father Mark Mary, and it was her idea. It was Cindy's idea to do the Rosary in a year. She's been wanting to pray with me for a while now, and we tried to do the the morning prayer at the Liturgy of the Hours, and that was a little challenging. Okay, so we're doing the Rosary in a year, and we're on day 254, I believe. Mm-hmm. And so now we're up to playing three decades of the Rosary a day. So and we talked about just last night that this is something we're going to continue once we get done. We're going to pray the Rosary together every day. So. Mm-hmm. So that's the your point, Kim. It is working in that direction. To pull each other together, pull
Mm-hmm.
us up.
Yeah. That's a beautiful gift of faith.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So now you've been ordained for 4 years,
Right?
And you're living the fullness of what it means to be a deacon.
Mm-hmm.
What has surprised you over these 4 years? What is something you didn't expect? I guess I didn't.
I wasn't sure how the parishioners would accept a deacon. Okay, they've had deacons in Delphos since the first class was started back in I think the 70s.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't sure how I would fit in because I'm not from the Delphos area primarily, but I grew up in Ottoville. But I was pretty much it was just heartwarming to feel the acceptance there. I'm a deacon. I'm also still just Gene Huntingford to a lot of them. I got a lot of cousins there, and so yeah, that was heartwarming to feel the reception and the warmth there and the support. People are always supporting you, to telling you that you're doing a good job, keep it going, stuff like that. And if I'm not doing a good job, they let me know that too. So
yeah, that is one thing that many potential deacons have a little bit of anxiety about is the acceptance of the parish to them, because just like Jesus was not exactly welcome in his home, right? Because they know who Jeff is, they know who Gene is, right? Who is he to be this person, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
How can you get up there and lecture me?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I mean,
I know you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And what in some ways, the story really is the fact that we can grow, that we can become more and become that I don't want to say model, but that disciple, right? That follows Jesus, and hopefully others will follow after us. So when it comes to what I was surprised by is not necessarily surprised by, but encouraged by the acceptance of the people. People are willing to listen to you, and they're very grateful for the things that we can provide to them through the comfort of a funeral service, through baptisms, right?
Yes.
I mean, I do a lot of baptisms. I've done a couple hundred baptisms now over the 8 years, because I do most of them at Ottawa Saints Peter and Paul, because I schedule them and everything else, and it's by far the most fun thing I get to do.
Right.
And I tell them that, and so it's just great to be able to do things for people that they can't do for themselves, right?
Right.
And to be encouraging and to encounter more people, because those are opportunities when you have a baptism, when you have a wedding, when you have a funeral, that you get people there who normally don't go to church, right?
Exactly. Yep. A lot of it. Yep. So, there's an opportunity there to share the faith, with the word that we always, when we do our prayers and sometimes and then the reflections we offer for all three of those. Okay. So you can reach out to them, and I probably more from the funeral vigils is people are really grateful that they thank me on the way as I'm leaving. When we finish the service there, they're grateful for me to be there, to offer them that time to, sharing their sorrows together, their loss, but also give them the hope that this isn't it. Okay, we've got another place we're going to, right? Jesus. God prepared that house in heaven for us even before we were born. I think that's in one of St. Paul's letters. So I try to leave them with that hope, and I get a lot of positive gratefulness for that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've learned that it's not so much what I say, especially if it's my words in a homily or comfort in someone's loss. It's just that you're there, and who you represent, right?
Right. Exactly. It is. Yep.
So
you mentioned hope. We've been talking a lot about hope this morning and this week. It's the Jubilee year of hope,
right?
And it's actually part of our theme or slogan. I was going to say slogan.
We have our script.
Yeah. Our slogan for this radio drive, for this Spirit Drive, is broadcasting hope, sharing faith.
Awesome.
So, where would we be without hope?
Exactly right, and so people, it's amazing. I think that people seem to be without hope, and they're looking for somebody to try to help them along the path. So, it's I'm grateful to be able to have the opportunity to help those people in that regard. It really is a blessing.
Yep, absolutely. Well, you're listening to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. You can call now be that first caller to get this book that we're giving away. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. You can go online to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can also download our mobile app and tap the donate button. It also takes you to that same donation form on our website. You can make that donation now and partner with us in this mission of evangelization, broadcasting hope and sharing faith now for 15 years. We've gotten a couple of online donations that have come through. I want to thank those folks so much for your gift, especially from the last one, because that is a new donor. So ring the bells, please.
Okay, hang on. I'm a little behind you.
All right,
She got
to move things out of the way, get to the bell.
I do. I had a new configuration.
And that is a listener in the 90.9 Tiffin area. So ring the bell. Again, let's do it.
Thank you.
So exciting. Thank you to that new listener who is listening to 90.9. And for your donation, they made that donation online. Thank you so much. You're going to receive a copy of this book, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church, as a thank you for being a new donor and also being a new donor from our new listening area there in Tiffin and Fostoria. So thank you so much for that. And that is an invitation for all of you who are listening at 90.9 FM in the Fostoria, Tiffin area, wherever you might be, to join us and become a part of the family at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. And if I think about it, with the stations that we have, you can listen to us on I-75. You can start picking us up around North Baltimore area, and you can continue to listen to us all the way clear down to near Botkins, I believe, if not a little bit further than that. So that's an important thing to think about. There are people that are driving right now who are searching for something to listen to, and they may come across us. And now here's the thing I like about 94.9 is the fact that that is in the commercial band. So I know in my past history, I would look and I'd be searching, but I would quickly go through like the 88s, the 89s, and all that, because that was
all those religious channels.
Yeah, I didn't want to listen to that sort of stuff. So, that was where NPR was and everything. So I keep going forward till I get to the commercial band. And 94.9 being in the commercial band, people will tend to stay a little bit longer, just enough, and they might hear something and they might stay. They might stay. So I think that was key for us to also have that. So 88.9, 94.9, 90.9, you can all be a part of us.
And Deacon Jeff, you talked about the north-south signal reach, but we have Deacon Gene here who comes from more the western side of the listening area. What's the east-west range of the signal right now?
Well, I tell you what, Van Wert is a very clear place where you can get 88.9 on a good day, just as you get to the city limits over there in Van Wert. 94.9, I had hopes that it would be a little bit better over there, but it's not. I'm not sure how good 94.9 is in Delphus. Can you tell me that?
I don't know I don't think I got it tuned in to 94. I got 88.9.
88.9, okay.
And it comes in and out, okay? And you get outside of town, outside of the obstruction of the buildings and stuff like that. But it's pretty good out there. But in my house, I got to move the radio around to. Yeah. But now I just listen on the app. Okay, that was before we had apps. I had to move the radio around. So.
Yeah. Well, good. So yes, the Van Wert is kind of like that limit area. So that's why we're targeting Van Wert for our next station, is to be able to extend our listening area over in the western part of the diocese there. And I'm not sure if Paulding will be included in that, because it's a directional signal towards Van Wert. Towards the southwest, just like 88.9 is pointed southwest, like right at Delphus, pretty much. Mm-hmm. So that's how all that works. So
may not reach over to Paulding, but hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Covering that western portion. And then how far east does our signal go?
Upper Sandusky, Transfiguration Parish over there in Upper Sandusky. We've had donors from over that way. And so, it's a pretty wide listening area. Southwise, I've listened to 94.9 into Marion, believe it or not.
That's
on
awesome.
my car. Now, I don't know if I got a great radio in my vehicle. Most vehicles are equipped with good radios, right? But more and more people are tuning into apps. And so the important part about our app, and that's why it costed us a little bit more, was the fact that we wanted to have vehicle compatibility so that more folks could plug us in and we're right on the dashboard to be able to listen to us wherever they travel. I've been in Florida. I've been in many places listening to Holy Family Radio, right? You've been doing that too.
Yeah, when we drive to Janesville, we usually put it on in the car, and it's a 5.5, 6 hour drive to Janesville from Delphos, so we've always got that on. So I'm grateful for the app.
All right. So thank you for that little plug there. That's great, because I really want to get more people to look at the app, and we'll do things to improve it over time as well. So 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. So I want to say Deacon Harold. I don't know why I want to say Deacon Harold. Deacon Harold Burke Sivers is what I'm thinking of, apparently. Deacon Gene, what have you prepared? Do you have anything that you want to share with us that we haven't already asked you about?
Well, I think one of the questions we talked about is, what has Catholic radio, been to me? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I worked in Fort Wayne for about 20 years, and this was before apps. So I subscribed to a satellite radio service, so I could listen to EWTN radio on my drives in and then drives home. So, in the morning it would be praying the rosary with Sister Angelica and her nuns, and then picking up the first part of the Sunrise Morning Show, mm-hmm. And then in the evening, depending on how late I worked in the afternoon, you can get Crest in the afternoon at the time, and then or start with Catholic Answers, which was an awesome program. So, so I did that for almost 20 years, and then I changed careers, went up, and then I didn't have that long commute anymore. So I kind of got away from the Catholic radio at that point. So, mm-hmm. but it's just been all the things you learn about your faith. All the time in prayer behind the wheel, sometimes people struggle with that because you got to focus on driving, right? And can you pray the rosary and drive at the same time? So that worked out well for me. I don't think that would work out for everybody, but it worked out well for me. But there's, so it was a huge part of that. Was during that time I was thinking about coming into the mm-hmm. to the diaconate here. So that was part of my prayer. Yeah. And learning. Yeah,
I can say it's the same for me as well, because I was sharing that story earlier, and how Catholic radio was a key component for me to be able to further cement my faith and to answer questions and fill in gaps so that things I didn't know that were there, and it's done that for so many people. That's why we do what we do for the most part, right? And mm-hmm. So we talk about Holy Family Radio evangelizing. It evangelizes not only people who have fallen away from the church or maybe not be Catholic, but it also provides a catalyst effect for people for vocations. I'm a vocation that has come from Catholic radio. I don't know if you would say the same.
I would.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and Father Kevin McGraw, who's coming in here later today, he worked with us here at Holy Family Radio.
Okay.
And I believe that Catholic radio may have had a part in his decision for vocation. I don't know, but it's a key part of it. So if you are keen on vocations and want more vocations to come about, then Holy Family Radio is a key tool to encourage and inspire more people to consider those things, mm-hmm. and consider becoming a deacon, becoming a priest, becoming a religious, whether that be a sister or a brother. We had Izzy Utendorf here yesterday, and she says, "I'm called to be a sister." Mm-hmm. She's called to be a high school student.
Awesome.
High school student, yes.
Yeah, she did the Damascus camp, right?
She
That's
did.
right.
Yeah, our youngest granddaughter loves it down there.
Yeah.
So that's a great experience for those young people.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And same thing with the Franciscan conferences,
yes,
right? I saw you there one time, right?
Yeah, a couple of times, I think. Yeah, the adult conferences in the summer. Yeah, so that was a great experience, to get closer to people who are all trying to grow in their faith. Mm-hmm. And Franciscan does just a great job of putting on those conferences, and the music there, and it's just I get leery about talking about the mountaintop high, yeah. but and the first time it was there, because when you get done, you come home and everything's the same. Okay, nothing's changed. So, but after several appearances or attendances there, kind of took that all in, and it's still great, to be there with your brothers and sisters, all, work, learning how to be better Catholics and better human beings to our fellow brothers and sisters. But you kind of it grows on you, and you take that home with you, and then you're kind of the model for sharing that word with everybody you run into. So great experience there. I can't say enough about Franciscan. So
yeah, they put on fabulous programs there. You were talking earlier about Catholic Radio, Deacon Jeff being a catalyst for vocations. We know also it's a great catalyst for converts and reverts to the faith as well. And I know personally it played a big role. I'm a convert.
Okay.
And, I didn't hear about Catholic Radio until I was in the then RCIA process. But I still credit Catholic Radio as a huge player, a huge cause in my conversion, because that's the source that I turn to for answers for so many things, because there aren't enough hours of RCIA or OCIA to answer and to address every question for every person. They do a wonderful job. Our program was wonderful. I made some great friends through that, and I have nothing but positive things to say about it. But the ability to listen to Catholic Radio and to get answers to, that typical Protestants list of objections and concerns about the Catholic faith was really critical. So it's that voice out there, helping people, answering their questions, motivating them towards vocations, and we're thrilled. Of course, we're thrilled to be a part of it, but we're thrilled that it played such a critical role in your faith life and in your vocation. To the diaconate.
For sure. I tell you, when I get a chance to teach OCIA or RCIA, I always mention, I do it 2 or 3 times. I get 2 or 3 sessions over the time. And you're right. There's not enough time to cover all the topics. I mean, the Catholic Church is as deep, if not deeper, than it is wide. And I always tell the folks to listen to Catholic Radio. Because, and I tell them, I said 88.9 and all that, and most of the people start jotting that down, because I tell them it's a great way to learn, passively. Just have it on and listen while you're driving. It'll fill in lots of gaps. So I encourage any deacons out there, any people who are involved in OCIA, to please share Holy Family Radio with their group, because it's a fabulous way to evangelize these people, right?
It is, exactly. Get all the I don't want to call them superstars, but all the people who know the faith a lot better than I do. I mean, they're sharing that with everybody.
They explain it so well.
Yes, that's very important to explain it to where everybody can understand it. So I'm still growing in the faith in that regard myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, God bless Catholic Radio. 888-287-0655. We're still waiting for that first call. The first caller.
That's right. We still are, aren't we?
First caller for the day will receive a copy of Joe Heschmeyer's latest book, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. How about you be that caller? Give us a call, 888-287-0655. You can also go online to holyfamilyradio.fm. You can access that donation form there. You can also access it through our apps, the Holy Family Radio app and the iCatholic Music app as well. So those are fantastic ways to donate. We have had some donations come in through those digital means.
Yes.
And they're fantastic. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And we know that is a very convenient way for people to donate. But gosh, we love those phone calls. It not only lets us know that you're out there, why we're in here talking and doing our thing. Keeps our volunteers busy, by the way. You don't want them to be bored all day.
No.
But
you want them to work.
Yeah. But most importantly, I think it gives just that brief interaction where you can tell us what you like about Catholic Radio, what touches you, what really works for you, how this station can better serve you. That ever so brief interaction is really valuable. I mean, Deacon Jeff has talked about in prior years, he was just about ready to take a program that he'd been airing for a while off the programming rotation, when several people just happened to mention how much they enjoy that program. And that was sort of like, oh, well, then I guess maybe I'll leave that program on then. that's invaluable to us. We need that feedback, not to feel good, but because we want to better serve you as the Catholic listener out there. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. That's the number. We want to hear that phone ring here this morning. Mm-hmm. Claim your thank you gift.
Yep.
The latest book by Joe Heschmeyer.
Exactly right. So I'll give an update here in a second, but I want to ask this question to you and let you think about it.
Okay.
So that while I'm talking, so I don't catch you off guard. So think about anything that you would like to share that you haven't already done. Okay. Because that's what we like to do. We like to give you the last word to talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about. Okay.
Okay.
So you get the last word, and that's after this. So right now on our drive at $60,000 is our goal. We're now at $35,585. If I go and switch over here, I'll see that is, what percentage is that?
It's 57%, Deacon Jeff.
57%. Mm-hmm. So we've got a ways to go. We're almost halfway through day 2 already. So we're 2-3 hours into this second day. So it is now time to get moving a little bit and try to motivate you to call 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. If you happen to be watching the live stream, you can also donate. There's usually links associated with each of those live streams, so you can get to our online donation form. You can make your donation that way. If you want to make a donation in honor or in memory of someone, there's a way to do that in that form. There's a little checkbox that says in honor of someone. You can do that. Why not make a donation in honor of Deacon Gene here today, who had the courage to come here and get on the radio and talk to you about his journey and his faith and everything else. Why don't you do that right now? 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
You know, we grew a lot yesterday.
We did.
In terms of we saw it go. Got donations in quickly, but it's been very silent here today, and we'd like to see that going up today as well. You know, one of the things we haven't mentioned. We know if you're married, often you may want to confer with your spouse. You may be thinking, I need to talk to him. I need to talk to her. Can we make a donation this year? Can we increase our donation this year? If you're anything like me, and probably like the rest of us, once you get home, it just gets busy. It gets easy to forget. Yeah. So this is your little encouragement. Send your spouse a little text or an email or something, and try to get that dialogue going now, so that you don't forget. 888-287-0655. That is the number to call. Be the first caller today, and you can receive the thank you gift, Joe Heschmeyer's latest book, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. We have in studio with us here, just kind of finishing our time with Deacon Gene Huntingford out of Delphus St. John the Evangelist. Deacon, what would you like to share with us that maybe we have failed to ask you?
I don't know if you failed, but I kind of got an idea of what I want to wrap up our time here with.
Sure.
So I think we touched this on a bunch of our conversations, but as we all know, the world is full of lots of noise and distractions that can take our attention away from what our ultimate goal is to for everlasting life, in heaven with God the Father and the Holy Trinity, Blessed Mother, and all the angels and saints. And I believe Catholic radio is a great aid to help us keep our focus on what's important, for what we're supposed to be doing here on earth. Okay, keep you tuned into the faith, keep you abreast of what's going on in the church, things that are important to our ultimate goal, which is everlasting life. So I just wanted to kind of end on that note. Although I do want to put another plug in for iCatholic Music. I think that was one of the best apps ever. Remember, we used to have the Catholic playlist, right? Years ago, and I always had to make sure I could tune that in, So, but now with the app on the for the iCatholic Music, we listen to that quite a bit, and it's just it's mostly contemporary music, so it's a little different than what we're used to hearing, in the masses and so on. But there's a huge place for that. Any kind of conference or meeting you can play a few songs off of that. it's just refreshing to hear some of these young artists pouring out their way of praying. So that's just another plug for iCatholic Music. That's a great app.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to get endorsements for something that's new, and I think it's something that's definitely needed. Right? There's definitely a need to reach people in different ways, and on iCatholic Music, I play some of the same little PSA spots, like Trent Horn and the Pope stuff, and I'm going to be putting more and more on there because you never know who's going to be listening, all right? And to provide more of that, and I want to do some programming with that, some live stuff. Who knows? If I ever get time. But
yeah, it has such a larger reach. I mean, we've talked about we're getting some donors from iCatholic Music from all around the country and the world. I saw that the latest donation actually came from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Right, Salt Lake City, Utah last night. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all over the place. I mentioned Hungary. There was somebody listening. Let me take a look right now.
Yeah, we had
real
Hungary
quick who's
listening. We've had a donation from Australia. For folks listening on the iCatholic Music app, it's something I need to check out a little bit more because I do tend to lean towards talk as sort of nourishing and enriching me.
Mm-hmm.
But several in my family, really enjoy music, and I need to encourage them to check out that app, and I need to check it out myself as well a little bit more.
Yeah, there happens to be a listener in Cold Lake, Alberta, Canada right now.
I bet it is a cold lake in
I bet
Alberta,
it is a
Canada.
cold lake. Exactly right. So, yeah, all over the world, encountering more people, and that's only possible through your donations. That we were able to do this, and we need to be able to continue to do this because it costs money for this DJ streaming service. It costs money for the licensing. It costs money for maintaining the app and improving the app. So all of that goes into one big pot, and we try to be the best stewards that we can with your donations today. So thank you, Deacon Gene, for coming today.
I'm grateful to be able to help out.
Thank you and your wife for joining you as moral support here.
You're right.
She's outside the camera view and says, "Don't give me a microphone. I'm not going to do that." But that's okay. We're, as a spouse, we're here for support. Iron sharpens iron. We need to be there for each other. So thank you for answering the call. Thank you for being here today.
Yes.
And with that, we'll go to a break here shortly as we recap talking to Gene Huntingford from the tri-parishes, right? Of Adelphus, St. John. It's Landeck, St. John Landeck?
St. John, right, yeah.
And then St. Patrick of Spencerville.
Right.
So that's a lot of work, and thank you for answering that call and being a part of that for those folks there and serving at those parishes. So with that, let's go to a break.
All right, let's do it.
888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Please call in. Make Brenda answer the phone and make her do something. We need to hear that phone ring. It's so much fun when we do that. So 888-287-0655. We'll be back after. on the internets. And so it is a wonderful time to be part of this mission and this work right now. Like normally it's in April that we do this, but I was unable to plan and host it during that time. So we decided let's do something in the fall. And it's now great weather. It's been a great time. And we're looking forward to finishing and getting through day 2. I shouldn't say getting through day 2. We're not getting through anything. We're working our way through 33 hours of live radio. And so
we're looking forward to sharing with you the guests that we have coming up the remainder of today and tomorrow, to just talking with you as well. It's always the feed, the programming from EWTN and the regular programming. It's so wonderful, and we love it. We know you love it, but it's nice every now and then to take a break and have some different conversations, talk about some more local things to the listening area here of Northwest Ohio. So. Yeah, right. It's a special time.
Yeah, we talked about our goal. We've been frequently mentioning our goal is $60,000 for this Spirit Drive, for this goal. Our need is great right now with having spent close to $30,000 to put Fostoria on the air and looking to spend another $40,000 or so to put Van Wert Station on the air to reach more people, like I said, with the good news. And so that's why our need is great. That's why we're looking for $60,000 during this 3-day drive. And right now we stand at $36,585, a little over, right around 60% now of our goal is where we stand right now. And so 60%, but we're not even halfway through our drive. But we still continue. We need to have the momentum still.
Well, and don't be deceived by that also, because that includes the recurring donors who are sort of, they've already been entered in.
Mm-hmm.
They're so important. They're, part of the lifeblood of this media ministry. But, in terms of what needs to be raised to meet that $60,000 goal, there's still a long way to go.
Long way to go. And we're here to partner with you. We're here to help you figure out how you can help us to continue this work here at Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. We are still looking for our first phone call here today. We have not had a single phone call. And really, the number of phone calls that we've received, and I think other Catholic radio stations receive during a pledge drive, are going down because of the convenience and the ease through which online donations can happen. So while we might sound a little, I don't know what the right word is. I'm not desperate. We're a little bit
pleading?
Discouraged. We're pleading, sure, that we get a chance to talk to somebody, because one of the things about radio is that it's sort of a thankless sort of medium to work on. It's one way. So it's sent out, and we have no idea who's listening, where you are, why you're listening, or any of that. And so that's why phone calls are kind of nice to hear and talk with people, and to know that people are actually listening, and find out where you are, where you're listening at, and all that good stuff. So
yeah, I think it surprises some people that in this day and age where so many sources can track you, and Siri's always listening, Alexa's always listening, it feels like all kinds of sources know where you're at and what you're doing and what you're consuming. Radio doesn't.
Right.
There is not a way for us to track that, so we don't know who's out there listening. We don't know how many people are listening, and so that's one of the many reasons that we appreciate so much the phone calls, because that's one way that lets us know, yes, I'm listening, we're listening, and the donations do that as well, whether they come in digitally or via the phone. Mm-hmm. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. That is the phone number for you to call and speak with our volunteers and pledge your best gift to support Catholic radio in your listening and our listening area. Keep us on the air, keep the lights on, keep the microphones on, and keep us expanding Catholic radio and Catholic media content in whatever form that might be, to nourish the faith life of you, of your family, of your friends, and create that ripple effect out there. 888-287-0655. That's the phone number. Give us a call. You can also donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm, as well as through the apps Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app.
We're 100% listener supported. 100% of our income comes from donations. Those donations come from people and listeners like yourself, individuals, and sometimes those come from businesses that underwrite the programming here on Holy Family Radio. We call it underwriting because in appreciation for those gifts, then we put announcements on the air as a thank you. So when you hear underwriters like Catholic Faith Journeys or many of the local ones who have been with us since the very beginning, 15 years, who continue to underwrite the programming on Holy Family Radio, that is important to us as well. We're always looking for underwriters across the listening area. So with a new station, for example, at 90.9 in the Fostoria-Tiffin area, that's a great opportunity for businesses who are looking to maybe expand their market, to engage a different set of listeners or a different set of people than they normally have. This is a great way to expand your reach, cast a wider net, so to speak. So if you would like to make a donation as part of a business, then also give us a call at 888-287-0655, and we can discuss that with you. It's a great way, like I said, to get exposure for your business. And our listeners are certainly very loyal listeners. When people start listening to us in Catholic radio, they tend to listen to us for a long time, and they care about who cares about supporting us. So many businesses who underwrite for us, many people purposely patronize that business because of their support for Catholic radio. Okay, and that cannot be underestimated. I've heard many people go out of their way to support a business who supports Catholic radio, Holy Family Radio. And so that's a great opportunity for you, especially if you're a business in the Fostoria-Tiffin area, maybe a business over in the Van Wert area. When we're looking to bring that up, there's a great opportunity for you there. Lima, Ada, and all those areas, underwriters. If you're a business owner, if you're a person who is responsible for marketing and sales, it's a great opportunity for you to support Catholic radio and get your message heard, your business heard by our listening audience, which tends to be loyal and affluent. So it's a great opportunity for you. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. It's a great opportunity for anyone to call right now. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655.
Deacon Jeff, you were mentioning, those opportunities for the folks over in the Fostoria area, also in the Van Wert area. We're really looking to receive new donors from those areas, whether it be via the underwriting that you were just talking about and explaining so well, or individual donations. It helps us to know that you are out there. We have a goal of 25 new donors from the Fostoria-Tiffin area for this particular Spirit Drive. So give us a call and claim your spot as one of those 25. And in fact, as a new donor, you will receive the thank you gift that we are offering to all new donors, whether they be from the Fostoria area or anywhere in our listening area or throughout the country or the world. And that is Joe Heschmeyer's new book, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. So give us a call, won't you? 888-287-0655. Make your donation today.
That's right. So we are going to play the current release of the Bishop's Corner program. We haven't mentioned that at all. That is a local program produced by Annunciation Radio with Bishop Thomas answering listener questions. All the questions he answers are submitted by listeners around the listening area, including Holy Family Radio. We have a form on our website to ask the bishop a question. and that email goes and gets forwarded over to the producers of the show to have your question added to the list. And the Bishop's Corner has been around since Catholic Radio has been around in the Diocese of Toledo. So I've got archives going back to 2011 of the Bishop's Corner program with Bishop Blair. Bishop Leonard Blair was the bishop at that time, and now it's Bishop Daniel Thomas. It's a great opportunity to hear what he has to say. He always offers a reflection of what is the current Sunday readings that are coming up, and then also answers all the questions that people have. So there's also a new host right now. It's Pat Odie Murray. She has connections to this area. She's a local, from a Putnam County family here locally, and so that is kind of exciting as well. So we're going to play the current episode of the Bishop's Corner program. It's about 27 and a half minutes long, and now it would be a great time to listen and also make your pledge of support for Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. here on Holy Family Radio, broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years here at Holy Family Radio. So excited to be able to have this radio station, this Catholic radio station group, be here in the Diocese of Toledo. Remember our scripture verse, rejoice in hope, endure in affliction, and persevere in prayer. So, I hope you enjoyed listening. Sorry. I hope you enjoyed listening. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to reiterate the slogan, broadcasting hope, sharing faith. That's all. Keep going, right. Deacon Jeff.
All right. Let's see. I don't know what I was going to say anymore. No, just kidding.
Because I rudely interrupted you. 888-287-0655. That's the number for you to call. You still have the opportunity to be the first caller of the day.
Yeah.
Here we are rolling up on 11 o'clock. You still have the opportunity to be our first caller of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are the first caller, no matter the amount of your donation, no matter whether you are a new donor or an existing donor, you will receive as a thank you the latest book by Joe Heschmeyer, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. Give us a call, 888-287-0655.
So our goal is $60,000 for this drive. And we've gotten a number of donations online, which is becoming more and more common. We thank you all for that. We get notifications and we get that put in our tracker. And so far, our total is $38,785. We're now at almost 65% of our goal. Very nice.
Praise the Lord.
And that's only been made possible by another apostle joining the Holy Family Radio family. I want to thank you so much for that generous, very generous donation that will certainly help us to continue to broadcast hope and share faith here at Holy Family Radio. It all goes into the pile. However big or however small that donation is, it all adds up bit by bit. The widow's mite, everything kind of comes together to help us to continue being what we can be to everyone here at Holy Family Radio. We're
really excited that we have 14 apostles now.
Yeah, that's right, 14.
That exceeds
15.
15. I can't do math today. Math is hard.
15 now.
Yeah. We're excited. We have that. That's one of the goals. We set goals for every Spirit Drive,
yes.
But that's one of the goals that you, amazing listeners, have blown out of the water for us. You exceeded that goal already, and we are not even halfway through day 2.
Right.
So we're not halfway through the Spirit Drive, and we've exceeded that. But we've got a couple other goals that we would like you to step up and meet. That new donor goal is probably the sort of maybe lowest return, or the goal that we're lagging the most on.
Mm-hmm.
So we're hoping to get 45 new donors this year. So we're calling out to you. Perhaps the Holy Spirit is speaking to you that this is the year you can contribute for the first time. Whether you're a new listener, whether you're an existing listener, we need to know you're there. If $5 is your donation, we gratefully accept it. If $1,000 is your donation, we gratefully accept it. We know what it is you are able to give is what you were meant to give, and it supports this ministry. Give us a call at 888-287-0655.
888-287-0655. I want to say hello once again to all the folks who are watching, not only listening on radio, but also watching us on the live stream. It is it's a fun thing that we've done for at least 5 years now, I think. I want to say it's been since, maybe 4 years, 2021. I don't think we had cameras in 2020, but 2021 we did. So this would be our 4th year of hosting a live stream. So we're here in studio live talking to you, and you can watch us on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram. We're there where folks need to be. So some people might think it's more entertaining to watch us kind of look at our computers here, look at each other, talk into these microphones. But
well, I think a lot of folks are able to enjoy watching us online or just plain listening to us through those services because they may not be in a situation where they can listen to the signal. I personally know of several individuals that have been listening that way because they're outside the listening area, but they still want to listen.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll tune in to the live stream through one of those social media platforms or through the app.
Yeah.
And just listen through the app, which is fantastic. And you mentioned this earlier, Deacon Jeff, but if you're interested in those social media channels, want to find them easily, one of the easiest ways to find them is through the app, through the Holy Family Radio app. So check that out, tap around in there on the app, and you will find that you can be taken directly to the live stream on those social media platforms.
Yeah, I really want to emphasize the mobile app for everybody to get that downloaded on your mobile device so that you can take Holy Family Radio with you wherever you are. So, most of us, myself included, the last time I had a radio in my house was at the house I used to live 2 houses ago already. I can't believe it. Back in 2018, I had a under cabinet mounted sort of radio, and that's how I listened to Holy Family Radio at home. Mm-hmm. There was no mobile app or anything like that, and but now I don't have a radio. I mean, I don't even have a smart speaker or anything like that. So we would just want to encourage people to consider loading the mobile app and having that available to listen to the stream. And if you do download the Holy Family Radio one, make sure it's ours. Make sure it's the heart logo with the Holy Family in it. And you'll not only be able to listen to Holy Family Radio stream, but you could select and choose to listen to the iCatholic Music stream. So both of those are on that app. And make sure with either app that if you download those and install them, to enable notifications. Because I can use notifications to push information to you if there's a special program coming up, or maybe remind you that the latest episode of the Bishop's Corner, which we just heard, is going to be airing at 3:30 p.m. today or tomorrow. If we were live broadcasting the deacon ordination that's on Saturday, I could remind you of that. So
let me point out, you don't send out a lot of notifications either. So if you're worried you're going to, another spam onslaught of notifications, we turned that on just recently, and I've only gotten a handful of notifications. Not even that. I couldn't even count on one hand the number of notifications that I've gotten, which to some people, is, again, a positive thing, because sometimes we feel a little inundated with that. So don't worry that Deacon Jeff is very judicious about when he sends out a notification.
Yep, absolutely. So I just want to encourage folks to do that, because it's a way for us to maintain a connection, and you can listen to us anywhere that you have a Wi-Fi connection, and it's a crystal clear stream. You don't have to worry about static. You don't have to worry about reception except for your Wi-Fi. So it's a great way to listen and stay connected to local Catholic radio. So it's almost 11 o'clock. We have Deacon? No, it used to be
Father.
Deacon, now Father Kevin McGraw, who is just arrived here at the studio. So I'm going to need to bring him in and kind of reconnect and get him situated here in the studio. And we'll be talking with him about that. I'm pretty excited about welcoming him back to the studio. It's been a long time since I've seen him in a radio contact. So looking forward to that. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Hope to hear that phone ring while we're going to break. You're listening to the 2025 Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. We will be back. Right now, in the 11 o'clock hour, you would be hearing the Bible in a Year and a Catechism of a Year from Father Mike Schmitz and Ascension Presents. Well, we're going to have that during our 12 o'clock hour today. Delay it a little bit so that we can talk to another guest here in studio. But before I bring Father Kevin McGraw in, I want to update you and give you the numbers another time. Not one more time, but another time. 888-287 0655. That's 888-287-0655. We have not had a single call-in donation yet today. So you could be the first. And by being the first, you could claim one of our book giveaways that we've been talking about. The Early Church Was the Catholic Church by Joe Heschmeyer of Catholic Answers. Great book, great topic, great apologist. That can be yours by just dialing this number, 888-287-0655. As always, you can make donations online. Most of our donations are online, holyfamilyradio.fm, or using your mobile device with our app, or follow us on our social media channels. We have links posted everywhere that we're at. So, 888-287-0655.
You still have time to be that first caller. As Deacon Jeff mentioned, we need to hear that phone ring, 888-287-0655, or go to holyfamilyradio.fm to make your donation. You can access that through the online website that we just gave you there, and also through our apps, the Holy Family Radio app and the iCatholic Music app as well. It's day 2. It's going a lot slower than yesterday did in terms of donations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That we do tend to experience that on Thursdays, but we'd like this to be a banner Thursday. So how about you change that, listeners? How about you make this the best Thursday of the Spirit Drive that we have ever had? Give us a call, 888-287-0655, and pledge your support for Holy Family Radio. No amount is too small. No amount is too big.
Amen to that.
We'll take it all, and gratefully so. And we do try to be good stewards of your money pledged in support of this ministry.
Yep. So now we're joined in the studio by a longtime friend of Holy Family Radio, a young man that I've known for a long time, and it's good to see him here in studio. We're talking about Father Kevin McGraw, who's the parochial vicar over in Defiance at St. John and St. Mary. I'd like to welcome you to the Spirit Drive, Father Kevin.
Thank you, Deacon Jeff, Kim. Great to be here with you, and to be in. We're just talking off the air. The first time I've been in this studio, so great joy to be with you. And I've let the people in Defiance know, so hopefully we get some calls from some Defiance people, even if they're on the fringe of the radio dial. They certainly we put it in the bulletin and with the website and such. So hopefully they will give some calls here to help support, as you said, this great ministry of Holy Family Radio, the great work that Catholic Radio in general does to, aid us priests. We preach every Sunday, but it's nice when, one can encounter the gospel 24/7 through the radio airwaves and supplement what we're trying to do. And frankly, I listen to it, and sometimes I learn from people like Joe Heschmeyer, whoever's, on the radio. So all of us are even with all the seminary training, there's still more that I could probably learn, and probably some I've forgotten, so I need to relearn it. So, just want to underscore the importance that this ministry provides for not only, this listening area, but also more broadly, across the country and across the world. So.
Right.
You're not the first priest to mention that. We have had other priests tell us that they have gotten information or helpful tips, you name it, things they're able to incorporate into homilies. So it's great to hear that because, Catholic Radio is here for everyone. It's here for priests, it's here for deacons, it's here for all the laymen out there. It is your Catholic Radio. So, thank you for mentioning that. That's very helpful. Father Kevin, we've been following you and your journey. And I'm trying to think if there's a guest that we have that's been more consistent than Father Kevin.
Yeah.
Because we've followed Father Kevin and spoken with you almost every single year, if not every single year that I've been involved.
Sure.
So we've had the joy of following your journey, and now you are an ordained priest.
Yeah. Praise God.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, yeah. As you said, I think journey is the great way to describe it. It has been quite a journey, a lot of different, tides and turns. But yeah, so praise God, I was ordained a priest with two classmates, Father Travis Colley, who's now in Norwalk, Milan, on the northeast part of our diocese, and Father Eric Kaufman, who is from Glandorf, this parish actually, St. John the Baptist here in Glandorf, and he's stationed in Mansfield, Lexington, for his first assignment. So the three of us were ordained priests on May 24th, just this past May, 3 months ago. And then July 1st, I began my first assignment in Defiance for both parishes in Defiance, St. John the Evangelist and St. Mary, under the title of Our Lady of Perpetual Help, which is ironic because I was a Redemptorist at one point, a Redemptor seminarian, and Redemptorists are known for Our Lady of Perpetual Help as a devotion. And so I could only kind of smirk when I when I found that out, but nevertheless, it's been really great. We also have Holy Cross Catholic School that is there in Defiance. It's both parishes had their schools originally, but some years ago they merged into one school on its own campus. It's actually an old Defiance City School that they bought, and then added a really nice chapel on the end of it. And we have K through 6 grades. Actually, I think there's like a pre-K, so more like pre-K through 6 school there, which is great. We're there actually. We have Mass there every Wednesday, so I was just there yesterday to celebrate Mass with the school community, and then, yeah, and it's really great. And another thing I'm trying to do too is, Deacon Jeff, you probably know, if you go further back, I'm a product of Bowling Green State University, graduate 2011, and also a product of the campus ministry at BGSU St. Thomas More. And so with those roots, campus ministry has always been something I've been interested in. I even dabbled in working in it for a couple of years between my Redemptor seminary time and my diocesan seminary time. And now I find myself in Defiance and trying to see what we can do with Defiance College that is there. Really small liberal arts college, probably about 600-700 students. So some high schools are probably a little bit bigger than Defiance College, but nevertheless, there's been a group on campus that has existed for some time, but it's kind of gone in wavelengths of activity and that, and so it seems we're kind of starting from square one at this time around. Of some of the students that have been involved have graduated, but so that's sort of a personal project of mine. It's not specifically laid out as in my role as parochial vicar, but the college is within our parish boundaries, and so I see it as they're parishioners too, at least while they're there. So yeah, a lot going on in Defiance, a lot of good things going on, and I have a great pastor to work with, Father Dave Serrata, who is currently on retreat. Actually, he's finishing his one of the priest retreats the diocese has provided for us. He's down in Maria Stein, finishing retreat. I think he'll be back this evening or tomorrow morning, and hopefully we'll be refreshed and ready to take on the labors that we have there in Defiance. So, yeah, very grateful for the journey, and a long time coming, but was really, really grateful and still grateful for the gift of priesthood. I've been telling parishioners I'm still trying to figure it out. There's, we had a priest in seminary, and just this past year that taught us a class, and several times I remember him saying, you really don't know how to be a priest until you are one. And so I don't say that to mean that the seminary is not, worthwhile. I mean, we definitely need, the seminary training, but it's true that, there's a lot that we can say about priesthood and that priests can tell us about priesthood, but you really don't know what it's like to do, especially sacramentally. You don't really know what it's like until you actually are there and actually hearing the confession or celebrating the Mass. And it's like, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, and I think also you come to terms with the, not as like a scary thing, but you just come to aware of the, these are real people that are coming in the confessional, or real people that are here, for Mass, and I'm providing the Holy Mass for them. And so, so it's humbling, but ultimately just full of joy and gratitude, and every day is a unique day, and some things can pop up here and there. It's been, even in the first 3 months, there's been some interesting days, interesting experiences, but all of it has been, for God's greater glory. So it's great.
Thank you for that. It's fascinating to listen to because, I think almost anybody in any profession, line of work would say something similar about, I had all this training to go into what it is I do, to put money on the table, so to speak, but didn't learn so much, or didn't really know until I was doing it,
Sure.
learn so much in the trenches, so to speak. So I think that humanizes the priesthood a little bit to hear that, and to hear that, priests experience that the same way teachers experience that, or any other number of professions and jobs out there.
Sure. Yeah, and sometimes, you even learn from your mistakes, Sometimes, you look back and say, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that when I preached that homily, So, I mean, I've only gotten positive reviews about my homilies, but, I'm sure Deacon Jeff probably is this way when he preaches, like, sometimes you look back and you're like, yeah, that didn't go very well, so I probably should, Sometimes even like on a weekend when I have 3 masses I'm celebrating, even between masses I'm thinking, yeah, I think I'm going to say that a little different. Like you're always kind of, trying to get a sense of what works best. But, and I would just say too, like before, when I said I listen to Catholic radio, not only, just like the Joe Heschmeyers and people that are on Catholic Answers or other programs, but even just the priests that are on from time to time, like a lot of times, like I think, one of the national programs, Open Line, if, a priest is, fielding a question, it's like, okay, like that's how he would handle that. Okay. Like, so like sometimes it's even just, trying to hear how a brother priest now I can say that brother priest, handles a certain pastoral situation, or it's interesting too. Like honestly, one of the programs I like to listen to is Dr. Ray Guarendi, because I'm not trained in psychology, but he is, and so like I find it interesting to hear what he has to say, and some of it, frankly, I can use in the confessional. Some of the principles that he, helping with, and even just in conversation with people, it's it can be very helpful. So. Yeah, praise the Lord that we have all these resources.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's a totally different way of our perspective of using the content that's on Catholic radio. It's like, yeah, hearing it like, okay, that's how that, like you just said it so well. Like that's how I could, I need to remember that because I might need that sometime or what have you. So that's really interesting. It's very cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
And so now that 3 or 4 months after ordination, it's a very grace time for you. What has that been like for you these last 3 months?
Yeah, initially it was kind of a whirlwind. The first, of course, ordination day itself was extraordinary. It all kind of went fast in some ways, but it was also exhausting too. So, but yeah, and then we had about 4 or 5 weeks of, we were ordained May 24th. We started our first assignments July 1st, so we had a little bit of time there. So for the most part, I spent that time in my home area, the Lima area, my home parish, St. Charles Borromeo. Father Kent Kaufman, who's originally from Ottoville, so he's a Putnam County guy. He's pastor there right now, and he was gracious to let me take some masses and exercise my priestly ministry. And so I was there in June. I had some classmates ordained in Charlotte, so I flew down there and joined them, and spent a weekend down there. One of the weekends I went back to St. Thomas More in Bowling Green, and Father Peter Grodi, who's the pastor there, invited me for their Corpus Christi procession, so I joined him for that, and they had like an outdoor picnic after, which was great. So yeah, so a little bit of everything. And then coming to Defiance July 1st, I think initially it was just, there's a lot of practical things, just trying to, get moved in and, get a sense of, what was the, it took a couple of days to kind of get a sense of what the, I guess, what would you say, like the regular order of life, in Defiance in terms of, what our mass schedule is, what our, what what are the ministries that are going on at each parish, getting to know the people. Still trying to do that, you know. Some people you see more often than others, so it's a little bit easier to pick up, you know, names and faces that way. But there's still quite a few, especially people on Sunday, that, you know, I recognize who they are and I see them, you know, consistently. But you know, if you ask me what their name is, I'd have to be like, I'm not sure. So we're still working on that. I know that takes time. But yeah, it's been really great just to dive in and you know, like I said, Father Dave Serrata has been a great resource to ask questions, and he's, you know, one sacrament I didn't celebrate from ordination to July 1st was anointing of the sick. And then when I came to Defiance on July 1st, within like the first week, I had like 3 or 4 anointings. So that's been extraordinary, and I've had more since then too. That's been really extraordinary to, yeah, you know, not necessarily people that are near death. I mean, in some cases they were, but just, you know, being present, you know, in a really, what would you say, you know, fragile situation for families, you know, and or just whatever the circumstances are. And so, yeah, to have that sort of, you know, you see this, you know, in some ways, I guess it's kind of cliche, but like, you know, you're brought into these very sensitive moments in people's lives, you know, especially with anointing. And we don't get as many hospital calls in Defiance. We do have a couple of small hospitals there, but many times the more serious situations are transferred up to Toledo and life flighted or what have you. So we don't get a whole lot of calls. I've gone there, but we don't get nearly as many as probably other people. So, but it's been great, you know, yeah, celebrating the sacraments. We've got our youth ministry is starting up here in the next week or so with the high school kids and all grade levels. But yeah, I mean, both parishes are really doing well and really active. Each kind of has their own niches, but you know, it's they're closer together than even Putnam County parishes, believe it or not. Yeah. You know, they're only I can walk from one to the other. I mean, and it's only like 15 minutes, like a half mile to get from one parish to the other. And so that makes it easier to be present to both parishes. But I'd say that's one of my challenges right now, is just trying to get a sense of, you know, because like I don't even necessarily have a plan each day of like where I'm going to be, you know, how long am I going to be there, you know. I try to be at each parish for some time each day, but, you know, which one is in the morning, which one's in the afternoon, you know, it all kind of depends on what's going on. Sometimes, you know, it depends on where I have Mass that day or what have you. So I'm sure there's, yeah, still learning a lot, but it's been great. I think, you know, Sundays are probably, weekends, I should say, are probably my favorite time right now, just because I love, you know, daily Mass is great. The people that come, if you're listening and you come to daily Mass there, it's great. But it's even better when we have, you know, a fuller church and people there on the weekends. And it's it's just a great opportunity and yeah, you know, just all the things that priests typically say that they enjoy doing. It's so true. So,
yeah, absolutely. So,
well, I wanted to ask you, in maybe you've answered it already, but in case there's aspects that you haven't, can you tell us a little bit about what your duties are as parochial vicar? Yeah.
Good question. So, parochial vicar is the canonical term. I see the Code of Canon Law sitting right here in front of me. It's the canonical term that essentially means associate pastor. So, as I said, Father Dave Serrata is the pastor of both parishes in Defiance, and then I am the parochial vicar or associate pastor of both parishes. And so, really, the associate pastor serves really at, I think one way we could maybe describe this as an analogy is in the same way that a priest shares in the ministry of the bishop. So, like, every priest is an extension of the bishop in the diocese. And so, in the same way that pastors then are serving as pastors in the name of the bishop, I would say that, and to some extent, I would say that an associate pastor is also doing that, but also serving under the leadership of the local pastor. And so I think very much my role is broadly to provide priestly ministry for both parishes, all that goes with that, sacraments, teaching the faith, The governance aspect is, that I'm kind of relieved of that right now. That's more the pastor, but nevertheless, I support him in whatever way that looks like. And ultimately, I'm, I provide priestly ministry for the parishes, but I also am, I guess you could say, an understudy, perhaps you could say, to the pastor. And ultimately, I'm united to his vision, right? So if he has, pastoral priorities that he has for the parishes, my main role is to support and advance those with him in the same way that priests are called to advance the pastoral priorities of Bishop Thomas in this case. So that's kind of like a broad thing. But in terms of like day to day, so we have a regular daily mass schedule. So, every day I have mass somewhere, either at one of the parishes or on Wednesdays. We have the only, I guess you could say, public mass is at the school because they have the chapel there. So we're there every Wednesday. Wednesday afternoons, we have 4 nursing homes that we cycle through. So we go to each one once a month. So each Wednesday we have a mass at one of the area nursing homes, which is great. I actually really enjoy those. So we have that. And then, we have our religious education is, they call it second hour in Defiance. They just had the parent meeting last night. Next coming Wednesday, it will launch. So that's sort of religious education, but also, especially for the high school kids, it's kind of youth ministry kind of integrated with it, sort of both at the same time, if you will. So we have that going on. I mentioned Defiance College isn't a ministry per se, but we do have money budgeted for it. So it is, to some extent a ministry. And then, we just actually at St. Mary's in Defiance, we just had a festival this past weekend. So that was, occupying a lot of people's time and energy over the past weekend. But so in a lot of ways, a lot of the parish things that are going on, I'm sure at here at Glandorf and Ottawa next door and a lot of other parishes. So so in some ways it's like any other priest, but I would say from at least from a governance standpoint, my role is to learn from and support my pastor in his ministry for the parishes. So
okay, so as the understudy, as the newly ordained, you are in training yet to be a pastor in many ways, right? So
yes.
What's the expectation that the diocese might have for you to take that next step to be assigned as a pastor? Is there any expectations?
Sure.
Because I know it varies by person and their skills, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm sure probably Bishop Thomas has an expectation or hope at least for what that might look like. But for me, as I've told people, I am in Defiance until the bishop tells me I'm going somewhere else. So I anticipate at least 3 years. I think that from what I can gather, that's sort of the barring any extraordinary circumstances, that's kind of the norm for an initial assignment as a parochial vicar, and then perhaps transferred somewhere for another 3 years as a parochial vicar, and then pastor, or it could be shorter than that, depending on the needs of the diocese, like you mentioned. So, so I don't really have any, as priests, we don't really, at least for me, I think other priests would agree, like, I don't really have any goals, like, like, I'm just here to be a priest for the church, and if the bishop sees that I'm ready to be a pastor, praise God, and Lord, give me the grace to to do that well, wherever that is. But also to your first point, so that's a good point to make, that being a parochial vicar is precisely, and I think it's in canon law actually, or at least it's in our diocesan pastoral policy, that my term as a parochial vicar is precisely tied towards my preparation to be a pastor. So that's a major thing too, that we as parochial vicars are, that's part of our day-to-day is to, as you said, to be, looking to our own pastors to prepare ourselves for when, the bishop comes calling and says, I need you to be pastor of this parish, So, yeah, so it very much is part of that too.
Yeah, it takes time to acquire the skills necessary. You need to be in those situations, right? To not only learn what it means to provide sacraments and provide pastoral care to people, but also to administer a parish.
Yeah.
You're responsible for the campus and the grounds and insurance and all the other administrative stuff that we'd like to think that our pastors aren't burdened with. Many people, yourself probably included, I didn't become a priest so that I could run a parish.
Attend finance meetings.
Attend finance meetings and everything else, right?
Sure.
So,
it's one of those, it certainly is, I don't think a guy enters seminary, unless he has a business background maybe, longing to, be a CEO basically, but there is an aspect as a pastor where you are effectively a CEO, especially for some of our parishes, when you look at the financial statements, it frankly is, you've got a pretty big budget you're working with. So, but yeah, it's so it's not that, but it is an aspect of, if you think about it, we're ordained in the threefold office of Christ. There's priest, prophet, and king. And so, there's an element of governance that is actually intrinsic to the priesthood. Yeah. And so, while it may not be our forte, it's not my forte, but nevertheless, I think it's, if anything, it's an emphasis that I need to take. Like, okay, I'm not well versed as others, perhaps in the business acumen and that sort of thing. And so, but I know it's a necessary part of this life of especially as a pastor. And so, at the same time, I'm you're aware of that when you're ordained. Like no priest is ordained, at least I don't think, is unaware that, okay, if I become a pastor, I've got, these, sort of practical or temporal realities that and we do have some, maybe some could argue that we could have more, but at least the seminary in Cincinnati, Mount St. Mary's, where I went, we have, in our last year as deacons, we had a class on pastoral leadership, and a lot of these different practical realities were addressed, everything from finances to how do you handle HR, how do you handle different pastoral issues that, how do you handle PR situations, like if you have a crisis or some kind of a scandal or something, how do you address that? All different kinds of things, none of which you want to happen, but necessarily, you need to have a battle plan for that. So, there's a lot of different things, but in some ways too, that's all kind of classroom, if you will. Not this. We do have, we do have pastoral ministry opportunities through the seminary process, but in some ways, I'm finding that the things we talked about do happen, and do have not scandals. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, we don't have any scandals in Defiance, so I don't want the listeners to get worried. But there is, there are. When it comes to the administrative side of things, there are things that are going on. Anything from for example, right now, we priests in Defiance live in a house in the neighborhood that's not attached to either parish, right? And that was a decision made by a previous pastor to do that. But Father Dave Serrata, and I agree with him, I'll say it for the record on the air, I agree with him that he wants to move our rectory back to St. John's, one of the parish campuses, where there still is the rectory, and it's really kind of set up still to be a rectory, even though there's offices in it now. And part of that would be to relocate the few offices that are in there. But there's a lot of different hurdles for something like that, financially, practically, and so I'm not the mover and the shaker. Like he's the one that would ultimately, and I think probably he needs the the bishop's okay, I think, at least from a cost standpoint. So, but I'm there to support him. You know, even if I didn't like the decision, I would still be, I would still be supporting his prudential judgment. And anyway, so yeah, a lot of different things.
Yeah, thank you for that. You're listening to newly ordained priest Kevin McGraw here on Holy Family Radio's Spirit Drive. 888-287-0655 is the number to call. Give us a call to support Catholic Radio. It's such a treasure and a privilege for us and for our listeners to be able to hear from a newly ordained priest. That isn't something that we get to encounter every day as individual Catholics. So, maybe you've shared it a little bit, but I'm curious if you could share with us maybe the greatest surprise that you've had in your first few months of ordination, or if you can't share the greatest, maybe, what you can share.
Sure. Yeah. I didn't have these questions beforehand, listeners. So so this is.
If you need a moment to think about it, we'll share those numbers again. 888-287-0655. That is the number to call. 888-287-0655. You can also donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm or through the Holy Family Radio app. Either of those work great. We are almost exactly halfway through our Spirit Drive for 2025. We're a little over halfway in terms of the dollar amount that we have collected. But it's been very slow today. Very slow today. So we need you, listener, to give us a call, 888-287-0655, and pledge your donation in support of Catholic Radio. We're speaking with Father Kevin McGraw, recently ordained diocesan priest and assigned as parochial vicar over in Defiance. And we wanted to give him a moment to think about maybe what's been one of the biggest surprises in his first few months of ordination.
Yeah, there certainly could be other things that when I leave here I'll probably think of, but as we're sitting here right now, I think one of the things that comes to mind is sometimes there are things on the calendar or duties that I have that aren't the most thrilling, at least initially. Like when you look at it, it's like, I don't really want to do that, but I know that and then you come to find out that I think of St. Mother Teresa of Calcutta or the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Like, it's when we give ourselves away that we actually are fulfilled, and sometimes that's the experience I have where it's like, I really, going into it, it's like, I don't know, this is going to be a drag. But then when I come away from it, I'm like, well, hey, like that was actually life-giving for me, And so I found, I don't know if it was necessarily a surprise, but it was, one of those experiences where, I guess, like an experience of consolation that, all of these things, even if they're not the most thrilling, the Lord is using me, and there are opportunities for me to grow, and I think another thing I would say, I mentioned the nursing homes before. I mean, going into it, I was happy to do nursing home masses, but what has surprised me is how much I enjoy them, and some of them aren't the most sacred arrangements in the world. I've done one of them and basically in their dining hall, and you've got music in the background in the kitchen from the staff that are cleaning dishes, and so it's it can be a little bit challenging compared to celebrating in our churches, but I've been edified by the people that come, and we have a few parishioners too that help with those, and so it's always been it's been a joy to come there and just be present with folks that otherwise other than maybe through Catholic Radio or if they have EWTN on their TVs or something, they wouldn't have access to the faith. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't have access to the Mass, and so that's been a great experience so far, and I'm sure it will continue. I look forward to those nursing home masses to be with them. So yeah.
So as a newly ordained priest, you're wearing the clerical garb.
Sure.
You're out in public. How's that been? I mean, that's one of those things where it's like you really stand out when people see that. How's that been for you to kind of people notice you, or what's that like? I've often wondered that.
Sure. Yeah. I think, we're human. So, to some extent, there's an element of, kind of, what are people thinking, or, what looks am I going to get if I walk into Meijer and I've got this, but at the same time, I even said this yesterday to the school kids, because the gospel we had was basically the Luke's version of the Beatitudes and the blessings and the woes, and basically preached to the school kids like, to be Christian, to be a follower of the Lord is sometimes unpopular, or maybe we could say all the time is unpopular, especially to the wider culture. And so I said, sometimes I've gotten to a point where, I was more worried about that, but I've gotten to a point where I don't even really care anymore. Like, I'm going to wear what I'm convicted is what I'm supposed to do. That's how I go about it, and, if I get called names or whatever, like whatever, like our Lord endured some suffering, so I can do that too. So, but it's great. At the same time, it's also provided a lot of opportunities to, engage people or because that's the purpose of it, is to be, I think, Mother Angelica used to use this line, and I think it's used for the religious catalog for EWTN, holy reminders. I think that's kind of the idea, is that ultimately it's not about me, it's about the Lord. And so when I go about, wearing my Roman collar, it's not, look at me, it's look at him. That's what I'm trying to do, is remind people of the need we have for God, and the need we have for the Lord, and a place where I found him, a place where others can find him. And so, I don't have any conversion stories that I'm aware of, at least, that, have resulted from anything like that. But I think it's, it's part of that public witness. I think it's, we certainly want to have a good disposition, if it's not good if someone's doing it for their own gain or for, pride or whatever. But, if we have the right disposition, if we're approaching it, in a healthy way, then I think it's absolutely, a great thing to do. And even at, we have Defiance High School, public school, but, we have some parishioners that are involved. So Father Dave Serrata and I have free home tickets to every home football game. So there we are, sitting in the bleachers with our clerics on, and we actually happen to have seats kind of near some parishioners, so we're not really in hostile territory or anything. But nevertheless, it's another way, another community way of being present, just the wider community.
Yeah.
It's a non-threatening way, I would argue, for us to be present at something that unites a lot of people. A lot of people here in Ottawa, it's the same way. A lot of people are coming to these high school sporting events, and so we're part of the community too, and we're there too. So that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I've noticed your water jug there.
Yeah, you like
show
that?
Yeah, show that on camera. What's that say on there? It
this
says,
is a gift from friends of my parents from my ordination. Custom made tumbler. But am I getting it on
at
the
same
camera
time,
there?
okay,
yeah.
I even said
So it's got my
this,
name on one side, and on the other side
the
it
school
says, "I
kids,
love my
'cause
white collar job."
The gospel we had was
So
basically
a little bit of
I love that.
little bit of
version of the
a joke,
Beatitudes
and then on this,
the blessings
I guess
and the
both
woes,
sides they
and
have like a little
basically preach to the school
like
kids,
dip
like,
for the collar or
to be
whatever.
Christian,
Right.
to be a
I
follower.
like
yeah,
that.
so
is
I
sometimes unpopular. Maybe we could say
Of
all
course,
the
I've got
time.
other things I could use,
Is
but I like to
unpopular,
use this one,
especially,
to the
because,
extent, I like
there's
to be
an
funny too,
element
so.
of,
I like to.
I couldn't read it, so I'm really glad that you
Yeah, that's
pointed
right,
that
yeah,
out.
yeah.
That's fun.
I guess I had it
Yeah.
kind of
Walk
turned,
into
but
Meijer and I've got this,
yeah, it's great.
But
Little
at the
things.
same
I just
time,
I thought it was
you
an
know,
extraordinary.
I even said this, yesterday
I'm not
to
sure
the-
I
to
would
the
have thought of
school
something like
kids,
that if I was
gospel
giving
we
a
had
fellow
was,
priest a gift. So
basically
that was really
Luke's
cool.
version
That
of the
is.
Beatitudes and
Absolutely.
the blessings and the woes, and basically preach to the
So we're
school
coming
kids,
up
like,
close to the end of this
to be
hour
Christian, to be
with
a
Father
follower
Kevin
of the
McGraw
Lord
here
is
on the Spirit
sometimes
Drive
unpopular.
here at Holy Family
Maybe we could
Radio,
say all the
celebrating
time.
15 years
is unpopular,
of broadcasting
especially,
hope
to the wider
and sharing faith. So would you please join us in this ministry to be able to do this evangelization that we're all called to by virtue of our baptism and confirmation, to let the folks know about the good news of the gospel, which is found in Jesus Christ and his church, the fullness, the absolute fullness of the truth. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. We're going to be starting adoration here, starting at the noon hour, so roughly 7 minutes or so from now. Father Matt Keller will be coming through our studio and bringing the monstrance and Jesus over to our adoration chapel. We have folks signed up for every hour today up until 5:30, but there is plenty of room in our adoration chapel for you. If that is something that you would be called to do, you're welcome to come over to the studio located on Main Street in Glandorf and enter through the studio doors and sit there and pray, and hopefully pray for the success of our spirit drive, but most importantly, just pray. I mean, that's what we all need to spend a little bit more time and humble ourselves in prayer and just let his will be done. So join with us in that until 5:30 today or so, because there's a Sarah Club event coming tonight and a 5:45 mass, special mass here. So, but we'll be on the air till 6. But you can come and do an adoration, visit our volunteers that are out here in the studio, waiting to take your call or your pledges, or you can stop by and drop those off. That number, one more time, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. That is the phone number. Hopefully we hear that phone ring a number of times here over the next hour. We're going to be playing Bible in the Ear and Catechism in the Ear from Father Mike Schmitz and Ascension Presents to get today's action in from them. And so it's now time to, I guess, wrap up. You have any closing questions for Father, or we give him the last word?
I think we give him the last word and see if there's anything we failed to ask him that you'd like to share with us today.
Well, I can't think of a question that I was anticipating that hasn't been asked, so but yeah, I would just reiterate the appeal that was just made. I think as we said at the beginning, even priests can gain insight and formation from Catholic Radio. Of course, our local shepherd, Bishop Thomas, just driving in here, was listening to the Bishop's Corner, the recent episode that was aired for that, and so obviously he finds Catholic Radio to be important, and so I think that's another aspect of why it's important for us to have Catholic Radio on the air and to support it, so that our bishop has a voice to get out to all the areas of the diocese through these airwaves, and as I said with Bishop Thomas, should he be listening? Probably isn't, because I'm sure he's got maybe other things going on. But for the record, I mean, I like listening to the Bishop's Corner because I learned from him, and that makes sense. I should be learning from my own bishop, so I think it's absolutely important to keep these ministries keep this ministry and these programs on the air. Even just out, I mentioned before, I'm trying to do some work with Defiance College. There was a kid I spoke to on Tuesday when I was out there for their student fair. He didn't say what station, but he said he was in his car and came across Catholic Radio. Most likely it was probably 88.9. I suppose it could have been Annunciation, because they have a signal that kind of, their Eden Bryan signal kind of comes down towards Defiance too. But in any event, it shows that, and this is a guy that, I'm not sure what his faith background is, but he's not Catholic, I can tell you that. So, but he was curious, and he was asking questions, asked me a few questions while we were there. And so I think it's an extraordinary work of formation, evangelization, and information, as our bishop likes to say. His three, he likes things in threes, and I think he's said that himself, so I'm not, saying anything he wouldn't say.
Right.
So, but yeah, just to reiterate the importance of Catholic Radio, and especially, for the apostolate here in our local diocese. I mean, what a gift it is in our diocese to literally have the diocese pretty much covered, between our friends at Annunciation and here at Holy Family. I mean, pretty much every corner of the diocese has some signal, and of course you can access it online too, which and through the apps and stuff. So there's really, in some ways, no excuse to to not tune in. I mean, there's many ways you can do it, and so I just would like to echo the calls for supporting Holy Family Radio here. I think, like I said, I mean, it's helped me personally, and I think it helps a lot of people. And we want to, any way that we can preach the gospel is something that I think our Lord would want us to be doing, and I think that's the gift of Catholic radio, that you can access what we believe, why we believe it, what we teach, why we teach it. All of that is available to you through these airwaves, and no better way to put your our time, talent, and treasure, particularly our treasure. Like the listeners that join me, I'm going to figure out my donation when I get off the air here. I think that's, I'm not telling you to do anything I'm not going to do. And so we just encourage listeners to either call in or go online to the website, donate there through the app. I guess there's multiple ways to donate, right? So
That's right.
And I don't have the number in front of me, so I'll let you guys say the number again. But we just exhort the listeners to put their support, financial support, whatever they can give, and don't be afraid to be too generous. The Lord, will bless us when we give of ourselves, time, talent, and treasure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Father Kevin.
Thank you, Father.
That number is 888-287-0655. Before we let you go, would you be so kind as to give us your priestly blessing?
Sure, absolutely. The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
May the good Lord, in his great mercy and love for us, bless all of you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Sure.
With that, we need to go to a break. It's now almost the top of the hour, noontime here, going through the halfway point of today and the Spirit Drive altogether. This is the Holy Family Radio spring. No, it's not spring. It's the Spirit Drive in fall here on Holy Family Radio, celebrating 15 years of broadcasting hope and sharing faith. We will be having, we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll get into Bible in the Year and Catechism of the Year. And then we'll be back after that with soon to be Deacon Mike Karhoff, who's going to be ordained this Saturday. Talk to him about his journey. Thanks. This is Deacon Jeff and Kim. We'll talk to you later.